First of all, good day. Welcome everyone to be here. We're very excited to have you in this event called Europe and Japan, the quest for clean hydrogen to power heavy industry, where we're going to be discussing the different challenges that Japan and Europe face in order to decarbonize their heavy industrial sectors, as well as the powers. And to answer the questions on how can international energy trade be shaped to accelerate decarbonization in these markets, as well as what will the technological transformation of energy-intensive industries in Europe and Japan look like, and how industrialized economies and emerging economies work together in order to achieve this. Allow me to start first introducing our panelists today. So our first panelist, Maria João Duarte, representative of the EU institutions Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. We will have a second, Ms. Mamiko Matsutani, Chief of the Japan Hydrogen Association Energy. Then Mr. Hiroya Hirose, Director General of Green Innovation Fund, NEDO. And then Mr. and Dr. Alexander Fleisch-Chandler, Head of Green Steel Pre-Metals Technologies. So we will start first with some introductory from our panelists. You have 5 minutes for your introductory statement. So first introductory statement is from Ms. Maria João Duarte. So please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Hi. I don't know if the slides will just show. We brought us some slides from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, but I can just do first. Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to our panel. Thank you, UNIDO, for providing us an excellent platform to have this conversation. My name is Maria João Duarte. I work for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Group. And as you will see from the slides, I would like to quickly introduce you to who we are. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is a global group with headquarters in Tokyo. We have an immense wealth of experience, and we are spread all across the world, working through a number. I can't see my own slides, but I can imagine that here below, you see a huge number of sectors where we are active in. We are all here to talk about the same and for the same reason. It's all about how we will reach net zero. And this is just a reminder. I will not go into the details, but we will need to reduce emissions dramatically, but we will also need removals, not only reductions, but also removals to get to net zero. And how we will do that brought us to first, as an organization, commit to our mission net zero, so become carbon neutral by 2040, 10 years ahead of the global objective. This is on scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. How do we go about it? Well, we have 3 main areas that we look at to deliver on the energy transition. The first one is decarbonizing existing infrastructure. Second one, developing a hydrogen ecosystem. And third one, a carbon capture and management ecosystem. It is important to say, and we heard Mrs. Duarte, funny last name, this morning, it is very important to keep in mind that we have to deliver these solutions, always keeping in mind sustainability, but also competitiveness and security of supply. Those are 3 points that we really need to keep in mind. How do we implement this? Throughout our network of companies across EMEA, here where we are, but we also do that across other parts of the globe. And we look at very complex hydrogen value chains and carbon management value chains. I do not intend for you to look at this and take any meaningful lesson from it immediately, with the exception of one, which is, it is a very complex value chain, and we are working on every single step of it with different solutions, always with those 3 points in mind. To do that, we have launched the Tagasago Hydrogen Park and the Nagasaki Carbon Neutral Park, where we really test our solutions, we verify them in real-world conditions before we bring them to the market. That's quite unique in the world. And finally, the carbon management value chain, where we also have the same approach. We are active throughout the value chain, delivering solutions across it. Finally, I leave you with our experience on carbon capture. It's not sci-fi, it's something we already do on a commercial basis. 18 plants in the world, 15 commercially available, 3 under construction. So we will need a lot of cooperation to do all of this that I just showed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very interesting what Mitsubishi is doing with hydrogen and also CCU. Now it's the turn for Ms. Mamiko Matsutani.
Thanks for giving me the chance of presentation. I'm Mamiko Matsutani from Japan Hydrogen Association, JH2A. Look at this overview. JH2A started activity from December 2020 as a private group with 88 member companies. But on April 2020, JH2A restarted our activity as a general incorporated association to gear up our activity. And now we have about 400 member companies. And JH2A is a cross-sectional organization that overlooks the entire supply chain to build a hydrogen society at an early stage through the social implementation. And we feel the increased interest in hydrogen and JH2A these days. We have 3 co-chairmen, Uchiyamada-san from Toyota and Kunibe-san from Sumitomo Mitsui Financial Group and Makino-san from Iwatani Corporation. And there are 25 executive board members from many kinds of sectors. And this is organization figure. And in JH2A, there are 20 secretariats originally from the executive board member companies. Under steering committee, there are 5 committees: commercialization, regulatory, external relations, CO2-free hydrogen, and finance. This is background of establishment. We think there are 3 challenges to realize the hydrogen society. First, create hydrogen demand, and second, cost reduction through technological innovation, and final finance for business projects. To overcome these challenges, we do some activities, mainly in such 5 committees. This is the external activity for domestic event. As you can see on the upper left picture, last year we handed over policy proposal to Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry. And this year we exhibited at FC Expo and the Hydrogen Energy Ministerial Conference. Bottom pictures are our original event, JH2A Hydrogen Forum. It included an overseas cooperation seminar from overseas embassies and introduction of local governments and networking salon. Other than holding seminar, we participated in some seminars and forum and so on. This shows an international cooperation. We concluded many MOUs with many countries to collaborate for business matching or exchanging information and so on. Finally, I briefly explain trends in Japan's hydrogen policy. This shows basic hydrogen strategy. Basic hydrogen strategy was formulated in Japan in 2017 for first time in the world. And this year, this is updated. And currently, there is 2 million tons hydrogen per year, but in this basic hydrogen strategy, we aim for in the future to supply 3 million tons per year in 2030 and 20 million tons per year by 2050. And moreover, currently hydrogen cost is 100 yen per normal cubic, but in the future, we aim to reduce to 30 yen in 2030 and 20 yen in 2050. And about 5 years after that, the environment had changed drastically, so the strategy was updated. And there are additional strategies. For example, we aimed for introduce 12 million tons by 2040, and or the installation of 15 gigawatt water electrolyzer in both Japan and abroad, and so on. Despite the government aiming to supply 3 million tons per year in 2030, this is currently the supply and demand amount, about 2 million tons. But Japanese government set a target volume of hydrogen as 3 million tons in 2030 and 20 million tons in 2050. And therefore, JETSA investigate hydrogen demand potential to check that target is reasonable. This graph was created by JETSA with the cooperation of a consulting company, conducting interviews with operating companies to investigate the potential demand, hydrogen demand.
Ms. Matsutani, excuse me, we have 1 minute?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
You have 1 minute.
Sorry. The target of green growth strategy said 20 million tons, but we estimated about 70 million tons with JHA member companies. The big difference compared with green growth strategy target is power supply, heat utilization in factories, and mobilities. After creating this graph, we must take concrete actions toward the arrival of hydrogen society. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Now it's very interesting to know that Japan has been so advanced in their strategies, because we see so many countries trying to start the strategies nowadays, and they are already updating it. So I think it's a good opportunity for other countries to learn from this. So let me introduce now to the next introductory. So Mr. Hirose, if you please could, yeah.
Good morning. Thank you for introduction. And very thank you tonight to give me a good chance. So I'll introduce these 5 points in this very strict target. What is NEDO? And this is a Japanese policy and Green Innovation Fund and FAT 20 project. So NEDO is a new energy and industrial technology development organization. It's one of the Japanese government organization. The NEDO will show 2 points. This first is what is NEDO. NEDO's mission is aimed to address energy and industry environment problem and raise the level of industry technology. And the activity of NEDO is integrated management, research and development range. This range discovers CO2 project to support. These real activities, the NEDO is 3 points. First is plan, formulated technology strategies and formulation. Second, do is establish project implementation framework. And third is check and arrangement to promising project from this is activity of NEDO. And the scale of NEDO is this picture. This is the fund is categorized to blue and green. Blue is range. This is annually from given to government. The green is fund. This is one-time specific made and withdraw in a good timing. This our green innovation fund is in this point. The second is Japanese policy. In this point, Ms. Mastani said some arrangement. It's a history of Japanese policies. 2020, the government set the announced policy of carbon neutrality. In December, green growth strategy for achieving carbon neutrality in 2050. This was set. 2021, NEDO started Green Innovation Fund. And this year, this fund is more bigger. The government is the process of adding and expanding projects. In this time, some fund is added to our project. This is categories, what areas Japanese government set to the point. These 4 sectors Japanese set. This is promising and very eager to Japanese government want to set money or something. So this is our Green Innovation project to set Japanese government. This is a overview of fund. To the outline, I already presented in the history. Secondly, support target is I showed in these areas. And third is some specific maximizing outcome. Not only government do this activity, so the commitment of the management of the company and of the organization to preserve challenge of this goal at a very long time. This is specific in the Green Innovation Fund. And this is a summary of Green Innovation Funds. Big budget scale, this is funded. And long-term project, around 10 years, we funded as a help companies. Third point is implementing organization. This is I said in this commitment. And fourth is project field. This is I stated the 14th project. This is a outcome. So I showed the real images. We categorize 3 fields. First is green power promotion, wind or solar power, some more. Second is energy structure transformer, some transfer hydrogen or steel or something. The third is industrial structure transmission, motor, air, and ship or something. And other is NEDO, not only GI, we helped some international activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hirose. It was a very comprehensive explanation of what you're doing. It's good to see that you are basically taking over everything, right? That you're saying the production and then the hydrogen. So, and then finally we can proceed with Dr. Alexander Fleischhandler. I'm sorry, I think I'm not pronouncing the name well.
Might I request, can I use this mic? will facilitate seeing my own slides here and being a bit more flexible here on stage. First of all, I'm from Prime Metals Technologies. It's an MHI group company, so we're a Japanese company, but we are one of the major technology providers, manufacturer for iron and steel plants. So we serve the global metals industry, and so it's up to us also to guide our customers, the steel producers, towards the decarbonization of the steel sector. You're lucky being here. You will learn everything within a couple of minutes about steel today. So first of all, we produce around 1.9 billion tons of steel on a global basis, and it's important to say also that Japan and Europe are co-producers of steel related to the per capita quota of steel produced. Unfortunately, as stated here, still 70% of the global steel production runs on coal. So we are heavy emitters still. We are not proud of, meaning 1 ton of steel generates close to 1.9 ton of CO2. So the main product is CO2 still, not steel, out of the plants. And well, saying that, this adds up to 3.6 gigaton of CO2 on the global steel production today. This translates again up to 9% of the global CO2 emissions. And therefore, there is a strong lever really to decarbonize the steel sector and contribute to our global climate target. Well, unfortunately, steel production is going to grow. Our forecast is still to 2.2 billion tons of steel in 2050, mainly in India or Southeast Asia in general. Well, the way out, we are talking about solutions. Way out is electrifying the process, and I'm coming to that in a minute, how this looks like and how this relates to hydrogen. And finally, what we see in the market is already expecting green decarbonized steel today. And reading all the reports, they state in 2050, the market will accept only green steel. And that's a share of 75% of the global steel market. The decarbonization will come along in 3 stages. First, the optimization stage of the existing assets, going then into the transition stage, electrifying the processes, first use of hydrogen, and the third one is then really the green steel phase to apply fully decarbonized solutions. And that's the solutions. Actually, there are no more ways to produce steel. You can just use either coal, natural gas, or hydrogen. That's the 3 ways. That's it in the end. So we have to electrify all the processes over the next few years, and then going into carbon direct avoidance, apply hydrogen as soon as it becomes available, decarbonized hydrogen for producing steel, and the remaining part we are going to capture with carbon capture, storage, and usage. So the challenge ahead is massive. So don't look too much on the diagram, but the gray area at the bottom is the traditional route, utilizing blast furnace and running on coal. So that's going to decline in 2050 to just 1/3 of steel production. Still in India, China will remain over this period of time, these coal-based technologies. But the important thing is to recognize that the share of decarbonized solutions utilizing hydrogen and electrons is dramatically increasing over the years. So 850 million tons of the steel production is going to transition in this period of time. So we have entered into really a make or break decade. Why? Because these blast furnaces, these coal beasts, let's call them, need a relining, a major revamp every 15 years. So it's really important now to make a decision either to go in this major refurbishment or to transition right now. So if you decide to go for another refurbishment, that locks in the CO2 for the next 15 years. So then we are already in 2040. Well, there are really a large number of projects ongoing around the globe, around 100. That's our green steel tracker. And if you look just on the overall numbers, well, Europe is definitely leading these projects. However, just 15 out of these 100 are in execution. The others are pledges and announcements. Well, that's how steelmaking can look like in the future. On the top is the traditional way to produce steel. And you see around 2.5 ton of CO2. That's the figure in red in the traditional route if we look to India or even China today. And in the bottom line, it's an electrified route utilizing hydrogen as well, coming down to around 150 kilogram of CO2, so decarbonization rate of around 95%. Well, just talking about investments, innovation, that's one of our flagship projects. It's a fully hydrogen-based direct reduction process. What does it mean? Taking the virgin iron ore from the mines as it comes in form of fines and reduce these iron ore fines by decarbonized hydrogen producing metallic iron, close to zero carbon footprint. The picture at the top is a power plant in Austria, running at a major steel producer in Austria. It's about a 10 million investment we've done, and at the bottom you see already the next stage, it's more than 100 million euro investment on a prototype plant. Again, we intend to build with our partners in Austria. So it's massive investment. It's not easy to do what I say here in the pathways. Anyhow, the steel industry is willing to take it. And this brings me to the end. Hope we are discussing that also now in our conversation. But the big question will be for steel producers, will the energy-intensive production steps remain in Europe / in Japan, or are they going to move where renewable energy is available at scale, hydrogen is available at scale, and doesn't it make more sense in the mid-term? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander. That's actually one of the questions that we have in UNIDO as well. We know that investments in Europe will be perhaps higher, but we also ask ourselves, is the entire, let's say, value chain of steel needs to go there? Maybe reduced iron can be exported to Japan and Europe, and then for further process there. Well, no, thank you very much for all the panelists for the very nice introductions. I think we learned a lot. So we will go now to the round of questions. We will first start with the moderated questions, and then at the end you will have 15 minutes for questions and answers from the public. So let me start with the first. I'm sorry, I'm old school, so I use paper. Okay, so let me start with Ms. Matsutani. So how will the Japanese economy meet its clean high energy needs in 2050, and how will the international trade and collaboration have to evolve in order to make the energy transition possible?
In Japan, and with an eye on carbon neutrality in 2050, the energy mix is to be about 40% renewable energy and about 20% in nuclear power and 1% hydrogen and ammonia in 2030. The tentative values in 2050 is about 60% in renewable energy and about 20% nuclear power and 10% hydrogen and ammonia. And to realize the hydrogen society, to realize the carbon neutrality, we introduced the energy conservation, and at the same time, we And we will promote the implementation of social projects and of hydrogen and CCUS and promote the renewable energy as the main power and use nuclear power on energy resources on the premise basic of ensuring its security. Yes.
No, thank you. Regarding the trade, I mean, the hydrogen and ammonia, would you, because we now know that we have been approached by Vietnam, Malaysia, there are several countries in the region that are also started to get interested on the hydrogen. How would you see, would you trade in the region or would you go to Australia, or is there any plans on this?
Yes, thank you. And I think it is necessary to consider international cooperation and trade. And while there are various technological and institutional problems, but we should promote the cross-border technical exchange and institutional designs. And top of that, we should promote to establish the cross-border hydrogen value chain to enable to transport the renewable energy as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. So the next question is for Ms. Duarte. So how does Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Group views the role of clean hydrogen and ammonia in the energy transition? And what needs to happen for Europe to be able to meet its energy needs in a sustainable way?
Thank you. So I was earlier this week in Berlin at a ministerial conference on clean hydrogen between the US and Germany. And the US administration representative said, well, clean hydrogen is like a Swiss Army knife. And I found that very funny, and I'm stealing it because I think it's in a way it's true. It does a lot of things, it can do a lot of things. It is a fuel, it can be a storage means, it's a renewable energy carrier. Ammonia, in the same way, it can be a feedstock for fertilizers and chemical industries like today, but it can also be a carrier for hydrogen, for renewable power, and a fuel, eventually. We do not see as a group hydrogen and ammonia as the silver bullet for the energy transition, however. We understand there will be a role, and because we have this global approach, we understand that different regions will have different speeds and will need different technological innovations. When I showed you the very complex supply chains for hydrogen and for carbon management, it was not just to show a fancy slide, they are cute, but it was really to give the message that we are active on a number of things. We are agnostic, for instance, when it comes to colors. It's not about just renewable hydrogen, it's about pink hydrogen, it's about everything that we can put. And what is important to keep in mind is the carbon footprint of that hydrogen, right? That is the new currency that we need to be using for hydrogen and ammonia. And allow me just to say a couple of things. So on the production side, we are agnostic regarding the colors. But we are also looking at how to transport that, and ammonia is definitely one of the key carriers for hydrogen. And finally, in applications, we heard Alex earlier talking about the role of hydrogen in steel making, but we also look at it from the power generation side. We will need vast amount of renewable energy, grids, very, very strong grids everywhere we deploy these solutions. And for that, we will need backup power and storage, energy storage, to accommodate those things. So hydrogen, in that sense, and ammonia will play a role in those, and we are playing a very substantial role in there. Thank you.
No, thank you. And just the finals. So what needs to happen in Europe in order to meet these needs? I mean, sustainably speaking, you mentioned that it's very complicated and that you're agnostic to the color. So how does this play a role for, let's say, Europe and Japan to reach these goals?
So in Europe, when it comes to policy and regulation, we are far advanced, right? I think it's one of the regions that has the pieces of the puzzle in place for implementation, but now we have to look at implementation. One of the bottlenecks we have now, so one of the requirements is to have enough renewable energy, enough renewable sources available, which we don't have in Europe for a number of reasons, locations, but also permitting issues and so on. The grids. We suddenly realized, that has been on the news, that we don't have and we have copper plate grid. I mean, we are quite okay on that sense, but still, they are not enough for the amounts of renewable energy we want to have, and we need to produce that clean hydrogen and clean ammonia. So obviously, we will need to import. And then the question comes on, so if all this is clean hydrogen, what is clean hydrogen? So in Brussels, have now rules on how to produce clean hydrogen. But the UK has also its own standard, or will put forward its own standard. Japan certainly has another definition for it, and we are waiting all for the DOE to put forward its own requirements on green hydrogen production under the IRA, so the projects can actually come to fruition. If everyone has its own definition of clean hydrogen, how will we trade that, right? So we will need to find mutual recognition systems that allow us to certify that and to say, okay, well, if I import from Egypt, that is considered clean hydrogen or clean ammonia. And that is not in place yet. And I think that is a major requirement for these really to take off at global scale, I think for both regions.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, definitely. We also are aware that everything is moving away from the colors. Everything will be about the hydrogen content of CO2 in the hydrogen production, and then, of course, harmonization of what would be the limits each country. I think this will be required. So I guess, I don't know, in Europe, it will be like a European. I guess we will find out.
We will find out.
Mr. Hirose, so hydrogen and hydrogen carriers feature prominently in the work of Green Innovation. It carries a feature prominently in the work of your Green Innovation Fund, right? So, in your view, which are the hydrogen use cases that are the most likely to get scale by 2030?
Okay, thank you, question. In the fossil fuel, we use oil, coal, and gas. This is a very challenging question, and we can say the concise answers. But in the study, the Tokyo Bay has some industrial centers have a survey which sector uses this hydrogen something. The first now, the generation power is first, and second is steel making. This is second, and the other is remains. This is, I think, some hints. These sector will use the hydrogen or something. And in cases, hydrogen, the use of hydrogen is very increasing. And now we don't have one option or something, so NEDO follow some industries, make research and development and implementation in the future. Now, this is our options. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
No, thank you very much. We were just, because we were talking about steel, ammonia production and everything, and we're always trying, that there is the non-regret sectors. So perhaps those should be the ones prioritized. There is already a demand of hydrogen already ongoing, and maybe those are the ones that could take it over. My question has always been, do they really need to change 100% from the beginning? I don't think so. They could have a share, no? But I don't know if it's possible. It would depend on the processes. So Alexander, so the final question for you. Most of the energy in primary steel production is expended in the upstream part. Currently, with the coke and the coal in the blast furnaces, as you explained. In the future, most, if not all of this energy will have to come from renewables, hydrogen or hydrogen carriers. How will this transformation look like? And what does it mean for the European and Japanese economies, both whom have a large iron and steel industry, which I think is, we're asking you to answer your own question.
Yeah, thank you. First, maybe start with your final question on Japan and Europe. Well, we have around 90 million tons of steel produced in Japan and 130, 140 million tons in Europe. And I guess we share these same challenges, basically. So we don't have the major resources on iron ore. And with a lack of renewable power. So it's challenging for the steel industry. As you said, it's really highly energy intensive in the upstream processes, so melting and reducing the iron ores. So therefore, there are basically a couple of options. So one option is to go out of Europe and Japan for this high intensive first steps in steel making, and to invest there where renewable energy is available, also green molecules will be available. And instead of shipping the iron ore to Japan, to Europe, ship already reduced intermediate metal products, green metal products, and just to start from there then in the value chain. So for the melting, for the rolling, and doing the finished products out of steel. These steps have always to remain in the country because they're closely interlinked with all the cross sectors, so the automotive, the household, infrastructure projects. So you require steel, and I guess everyone here is aware we find steel in any product, even here in this room. You won't see any thing here without steel inside. So it's an important product, but it's likely to decouple the iron making from the steel making at the end, and the iron making is going to move where energy is available. And that brings us maybe to add one point here on Africa, because we heard this morning also an important point, not leave Africa behind in this journey in transitioning and decarbonizing and contributing to a decarbonized world. Well, it's worth mentioning that in Africa there are a couple of countries that have highest quality iron ore, and the same countries are rich in sun, in wind, so they will see renewable energy. So it's quite logical to do this first step of the iron making also in these countries in Africa. Today, this iron ore is almost exclusively mined and shipped to China for coal-based steel production. So that's also a way forward to help Africa to industrialize and to provide really employment for the young generation.
Oh, thank you very much. No, I think that's a very interesting point. I think hydrogen offers the opportunity for the development of these new industries, net zero, let's call them net zero industries, particularly in developing countries that have all the renewables available. So we are almost at the end, so I would like to see if someone in the public has a question.
So I'm Christoph von Branconi from the Ulm-based NGO Global Energy Solutions. And I have a question directed to the friends dealing with the steel innovation. And basically, it goes in two directions. Green steel tries to go the way of direct reduction with hydrogen, which practically has never been done so far to the scale it's supposed to be done. So that not only gives the challenge of making the hydrogen available in sufficient quantities, but it will at the end of the day also give the challenge of whether the processes work as expected, yeah? Because it simply has not been done that way. So one might think about adding carbon capture to a direct reduction furnace and just continue running on natural gas, which has been done forever. So that's one point that I would like a comment about. And the second point I want to like a comment about, we've seen these huge necessity of changing all the blast furnaces, which needs incredible amount of capital for it being done. And again, I want to raise the question of whether it doesn't make more sense to, in many cases, apply carbon capture for those kinds of facilities.
Yeah, I think both questions are really important ones. Well, answering the first one, it's true. So if I've shown around 37 direct reduction projects that have been announced, and it's true that most of them will start using natural gas at the beginning, especially in the US and in the Middle East. Well, they also announced and pledged to add carbon capture for the beginning. So the end part of the captured carbon will be also utilized, but mainly it will be sequestrated. On the risk of hydrogen, well, it's a rather new technology, but we see the technology almost de-risked. Why? Because even if you run it on natural gas, you reform the gas, and what you produce is a syngas, which is extremely high in hydrogen. It's not 100% hydrogen, but we see direct reduction plants running on 70% hydrogen, like in Venezuela. Yeah? And we operate what I've shown. Well, it's a pilot plant, but it's running on 100.0% of decarbonized hydrogen. We haven't seen any issue, so it's up and running now for 2 years. Even if it's on a smaller scale, but it works. So we work with the material because that's always an issue, 100% hydrogen on the material issue. So that can be managed. And there's one project in Sweden, H2 Green Steel, that will run from the very first day on 100% hydrogen. We are developing our also a project in France, Fos-sur-Mer, Gravity, which is also intended to run at 95% on green hydrogen. The remaining 5% is biomethane. So, well, that's the two. And the second question you have raised, so now I've got it, I guess. Yeah. That
was on the capital needs to change all the blast furnaces.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Thank you. Yeah, I got it. Thanks to help me here. True. Carbon capture together with the blast furnace is the best option if you talk about carbon capture with the steel sector, and that's what mainly India intends. So India, as it's still quite growing steel sector there, clearly focus on carbon capture. So they have many blast furnaces. These assets are relatively new, just a couple of years in operation, and the blast furnace is designed to stay there for 40, 50 years and even more. So the only way for them is to add carbon capture as an intermediate solution for these assets before they go in direct reduction utilizing the hydrogen. Yeah.
No, that's very interesting. That's what I wanted to also ask, because in countries like Japan, the steel industry is already it's already a little bit older, no? So maybe you are getting to a point where you need to change the equipments, and then you can do the change. But as you said, in India, it makes sense because the furnaces are too young. Another question?
Hi. Hi, my name is Thiago. I'm from IASA. I was just wondering, like, I have a general question for all of you about the challenges that you see for hydrogen transportation, and what would be the biggest challenges from your perspective, and what would be the ways to deal with them, on what we need to allow a more widespread and to surpass these challenges in hydrogen transportation.
Well, I may start I may start. It is true that it's challenging to transport hydrogen, and there are different ways to do it or being explored. We believe that transporting hydrogen in the form of ammonia might be a way, simply because ammonia is already traded today as a commodity. The infrastructures exist. I mean, it's just there and it's already used. So that would be a first step. There are many other ways. There are very innovative ways I learn every day, still not mature enough to be, I think, considered. But I think ammonia would be a first way. And then you can directly use that ammonia or crack it back, obviously, depending on the infrastructure you have in place. Then you have to ask the question, for instance, for Europe, whether because we have auctions coming up, so we have H2 Global in Germany auctioning imports of different carriers, the Hydrogen Bank at European level that is also looking at importing hydrogen. And the question is, are we importing hydrogen carriers or hydrogen based derivatives? Those two are different, right? One thing you use it, you're expected to use it as it comes, and the other one you are expected to crack it back. The question will be, how do you develop all the infrastructure that has to go around? You have to take those decisions now, right? And that is less clear, at least for us, from the policy making and from the infrastructure development plans is less clear. As a technology company, we would say ammonia would be our first guess, better than a guess.
I will explain from institutional aspect, not from technological. But as she said, to overcome these early days, the production and transportation and storage and consumption should be regarded as a single value chain, and some government support and should be introduced to all these supply chains phase, so that there is no contradictions in each phase, I think. Thanks.
Okay. I'm the NEDO to support this hydrogen supply chain. In Japan, we can't provide all hydrogen that Japan demand. So we have to get some hydrogen from other country, other side. So now we have two approaches. One option is research and development. One option is to make the supply chain. The supply chain, the Japanese have a survey, so we decided to transfer supply chain from Australia to Japan, and Japan is Tokyo Bay, Kawasaki. This is a point. To make point is the first point. The second is that research and development. In these cases, to one point, make ship to transfer hydrogen. Some a big tank is needed. This is the one point. The second point is that research development, the MHC. We have to hydrogen to MHC and transfer to Japan, MHC to hydrogen. Okay. This is our approach in the GI Innovation Fund. Thank you.
Yeah, well, finally, to add here, Well, there are two options, as I said, either to bring the hydrogen to the demand side or to bring the demanding plant to the hydrogen. Even this is the option, at least for the steel. Yeah? And in other words, it's simply a matter of commercial feasibility, economics then behind that. And at the end, my bet would be that the steel sector would take preferably green ammonia. In this case, because the big advantage of the steel sector is that we can directly take green ammonia. So we don't likely need a cracker in between. Because we have the iron particles and high temperature. So we crack it in situ in the process, which really improves the efficiency and the economics. Well, this is now really a new technology. This has never been done by a steel worker. We are running on small scale on that. Basically, it works, but this requires a couple of years more in the development. But my bet is on green ammonia.
Well, thank you very much. I think you cover all the answers. We have come to the end, but before that, I would like to ask in one sentence, so what do you think? Is Japan and Europe going to be able to power the heavy industry with clean energy? To everyone, as you can say yes, no.
Absolutely yes.
Yes.
I think so, yes, too.
Yes, you put no time scale. I agree, yes.
No, but that's on a positive note. I think it's important to see that we are moving on the right path and that there is people in all sectors really pushing for this. So thank you very much for your attention. It was very nice to have you here. Yeah, well,
Thank you.
and safe trip to everyone. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have to start. It's a very difficult start because we are competing basically with the lunch line still, but we decided just to start right now in this moment because also we have our distinguished high-level speakers here in the room. My name is Martin Luckmeier. I'm working for the Industrial Development Organization, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and I'm working in the Energy Systems and Industrial Decarbonization Unit. As you know from our title, we are today speaking about how we can strengthen the implementation of the Agenda 2030 through South-South and triangular cooperation. And during this event, we will present to you a special initiative which we have jointly implemented with the Austrian government and the regional economic commissions all around the world over the past 10 years, the so-called Global Network of Regional Sustainable Energy Centers, which now in the meantime is comprising 10 regional centers which are in the ownership of the regional economic commissions, and they jointly together, they accelerate the energy and climate transition. And I think today in the opening of the conference, we heard several times that we are lacking behind with the investments, particularly to the Global South, regarding the transition towards renewable energy and energy efficiency. And it was several times emphasized, if we want to absorb and implement this magnitude of investment, what is needed now the next years, we need very strong local capacities in the Global South. So basically, local capacity building and long-term capacity building is something very important, and this initiative, South-South Triangular Cooperation, is a very effective modality in doing that. And in this context, also we would like to thank the Austrian Development Agency for this long support over all those years, really believing in long-term capacity building, which then makes a big change, maybe not in the short term, but then in the long time makes a big difference. So with that, I would like to introduce you just how we will play this side event together. The first part, we will have a short video on the GenSec platform. Afterwards, we have the high-level remarks. And afterwards, we have something like a pitching sessions because we wanted that you get to know each of the regional centers. So we have the representatives here. And basically, they're coming from all over the world, Caribbean, even Pacific Islands are here represented. So I hope you enjoy the pitching sessions afterwards. So with that, I would like to introduce you briefly into our high-level panelists. So we have here Mrs. Fatou Haidara. She is the Deputy Director General of UNIDO, and she had many senior positions in UNIDO, and before she was also the Minister for Youth and Employment and Industry and Private Sector Development in the government of Mali. And we have also here His Excellency Mr. Friedrich Stift, Ambassador, who is the Managing Director of the Austrian Development Agency and looks back of 30 years of experience with foreign affairs, ambassador to several embassies like China, Saudi Arabia. So with that now, I would just to start off with the video, and I would like to ask our technicians just to play the GenSec video. I also have to look at the time, because we are very short.
Through the UN Agenda 2030, countries have committed to a new global business model with, at its heart, the transition towards renewable energy and energy efficiency. However, the world is not on track, and countries of the Global South need more support. It becomes obvious that SDG 7, SDG 9, SDG 12 and SDG 13 cannot be attained in the business-as-usual scenarios in many developing regions. We need new forms of partnerships and means of technology cooperation. Therefore, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization launched the GNSEC, the Global Network of Regional Sustainable Energy Centers, an innovative South-South and triangular multi-stakeholder partnership to accelerate the clean energy transition of the Global South, from the regions, for the regions. The GNSEC supports regional economic communities in the creation and operation of sustainable energy centers. They are regional hubs to promote joint coordination, intelligence, equal progress, and local and international partnerships. The GNSEC works in 10 regions around the world and influences the energy future of more than 1.7 billion consumers. The network covers the entire African continent and serves most of the least developed countries and small island developing states. To accelerate the energy transition, the centres contribute to the establishment of regional markets for sustainable energy products and services. They address market barriers through regional cooperation, agenda setting, policies, investment promotion, standards, tools and methodologies. The centres implement activities that complement and accelerate national efforts and build regional institutional capacity. These include work on policy, regulations and standards, promotion of investment, innovation and entrepreneurship, knowledge management and awareness raising, qualification and certification. These activities focus on a regional level to contribute to national and global policy objectives, addressing barriers more effectively and at lower costs for the benefit of all. Operating as a coordinating entity between the centres, the GNSEC platform promotes joint approaches on common energy issues and solutions, fostering South-South and triangular cooperation. It provides the makerspace for the testing, replication and rollout of new innovations and business models. The platform facilitates joint coordination, learning, projects, fundraising, events, campaigns, tools, knowledge sharing. So far, the GNSEC has brought together over 20,000 participants in sustainable energy events, developed 10 regional and 50 national RE and EE policies and roadmaps, mobilized over $300 million investment through GNSEC programs, created over 100 direct jobs in energy centres, supported over 600 energy businesses through facilities or capacity building. Some of our joint regional programs spearhead regional energy information systems, regional and national renewable energy and energy efficiency policies and roadmaps, energy efficiency standards for electric appliances and low-carbon transport, emerging technologies including green hydrogen, e-mobility and ocean energy, distributed renewable energy systems for productive uses, industrial energy efficiency and deep decarbonisation, sustainable energy entrepreneurship facilities, regional clean tech clustering, regional training tools and train-the-trainer networks, driving the energy transition from the regions for the regions. Come and support our network as a donor or technical partner and learn more on our website, gn-sec.net.
Yeah, thank you very much. With that, I would like to ask Mrs. Haidara for her keynote speech.
Thank you, Martin. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I'm very pleased to welcome you on behalf of UNIDO to this session on strengthening the means of implementation for the 2030 Agenda, promoting South-South and triangular climate cooperation through the global network of regional sustainable energy centers, GNSEC. Our event is co-organized with the Austrian Development Agency and the members of the global network of regional sustainable energy centers. Ladies and gentlemen, the economic downturn and fiscal stress stemming from recent global crises, including COVID-19, armed conflict, climate change, and recent fossil fuel price escalations, have undermined global development efforts and set us back in our goals. The implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, has slowed down and there has been a reversal of progress in some cases. According to the United Nations High-Level Political Forum, which I also attended a few months ago, even before the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the SDGs were not on track to be reached by 2030. This is especially true for the SDGs that are highly dependent on the transition to renewable energies and energy efficiency. SDG 7, SDG 9, SDG 12 and 13 are all suffering under the current conditions and require redoubled efforts to bring them back on track. Energy accounts for 2/3 of total greenhouse gas emissions. The decarbonization of the energy sector therefore plays a key role in efforts to reduce emissions, mitigate climate change, as well as support populations to adapt to the increasing impacts of climate change. International public and private investment flows for the energy transition still need to be dramatically upscaled and redirected. Investments in renewables needed to at least quadruple and reach an annual level of more than $5 trillion on average between 2023 and 2030. Renewables have to be deployed to benefit developing and least developed countries, leaving no one behind. In 2022, more than 50% of the world's population in developing and least developed countries received only 15% of global investment in renewables. International cooperation is therefore imperative for any meaningful progress towards the climate and energy-related goals. Regional South-South and triangular industrial cooperation is one path to accomplish this. The work undertaken by the members of the Global Network of Regional Sustainable Energy Centers, GINSEC, is critical in this regard. Since 2010, UNIDO assists regional economic communities of the Global South in the creation and operation of regional sustainable energy centers. These facilitate joint learning and intra-regional activities between one another and with partners of the Global North. The network of centers has a significant role in testing, demonstrating, and rolling out latest technology, policy, and business model innovation in various regions simultaneously. Cross-border cooperation to advance collective solutions and leapfrog to sustainable approaches can achieve better economies of scale. This is reinforced through the GINSEC regional centers and by committed member partners such as the Austrian Development Agency. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, cooperation and partnership can also help give a space for vulnerable groups, to women and to youth, to voice their concerns and share their ideas to find inclusive solutions benefiting all. UNIDO is therefore pleased to join hands with the Austrian Development Agency to further reinforce the regional centers and the GINSEC platform and kick off a joint project that puts women and youth at the forefront in finding solutions within and across regions globally. I look forward to listen to the interactive pitches by representatives of the regional centers for Africa and the Arab region, Asia, the Pacific, and Latin America. I encourage our audience to thereafter engage with our speakers and to take full advantage of their presence in Vienna today on the way to establishing the GINSEC as an internationally recognized SDG accelerator for SDG 7, 9, 12, and 13. I wish you an inspiring session, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Ambassador, please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fatou Haidara, Deputy Director General of UNIDO. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm also very happy to see Ambassador Gina Reichel, who was my predecessor in China and who is working on sustainable energy for many, many years. Glad that you are with us here today. I'm very honored to address this esteemed audience on behalf of the Austrian Development Agency, ADA, the operational unit of Austrian Development Cooperation. Our convening today is significant as we celebrate the full operationalization of the global network of regional sustainable energy centers, GNSEC in short, hosted by UNIDO. This platform serves as a cornerstone in facilitating South-South and triangular cooperation on pressing issues related to energy and climate transition. Its ambitious vision is to become an internationally recognized accelerator for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and SDG number 7 in particular. We are supporting various regional energy centers of this network since 2008, and we are also proud to be a donor to the global network since its inception in 2019. Two aspects are crucial in our efforts to ensure access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy for all by 2030, namely expanding access to safe and clean energy and decarbonizing the energy sector. Allow me to go into more detail on both of these points. First, ensuring access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy for all is not only a fundamental human right, but also a key driver of social and economic development. It is not acceptable that more than 670 million people around the world still lack access to basic electricity services, and 2.3 billion people are without access to clean cooking facilities. This reinforces inequalities and restricts opportunities around the world. Therefore, we must reinforce our efforts in strengthening sustainable energy solutions, particularly those based on renewable energy. Second, we must continue to stay focused on decarbonizing the energy sector, as the energy sector remains the main contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. The transition to more sustainability is a complex issue that requires both innovation and incentives. What has to be done on a global scale is as follows. First, we have to do much more to promote the transition to renewable energy sources. Second, we have to improve energy efficiency. Third, we have to adopt cleaner technologies and practices, especially in industrial processes. And fourth, we have to build a resilient energy infrastructure. Bearing this in mind, I'm pleased to highlight the Austrian Development Agency's role in the global network of sustainable energy centers. The Austrian Development Agency's involvement to this platform reflects our commitment to promote sustainable development and recognize the urgency to decarbonize the energy sector. The global network of sustainable energy centers is capable to rise to this challenge. By fostering collaboration among diverse stakeholders who offer a wealth of knowledge and expertise, GNSEC successfully cultivates partnerships among countries and regions in the Global South. This collaborative approach aligns perfectly with our mission to create synergies and to share knowledge to effectively address common development challenges. We are proud to be a part of this initiative. We do our part to make access to energy a reality for all. We are also confident that GNSEC will continue to support the global energy transition. The network's commitment to South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation, capacity development, and the promotion of renewable energy and energy efficiency fully corresponds with our goals. Let us work together to drive change, inspire innovation, and shape a world that is just, prosperous, and environmentally responsible. The time for action is now. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now we go for a pre-recorded statement from Mrs. Dima Al-Khatib, So she is the director of the UN Office for South-South Cooperation. She expresses her apologizes, but she could not be here personally, but we will show now a short video statement. Thank you.
Mr. Gerd Müller, Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Friedrich Stift, Managing Director of Austrian Development Agency, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to speak at this event, albeit virtually, on enhancing Agenda 2030 implementation, fostering South-South and triangular climate cooperation through the global network of regional sustainable energy centers. As we gather here, the United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP28, is quickly approaching. This important summit will shape the course of our collective climate response. I wish to extend my appreciation to the Austrian government and to UNIDO for their tireless efforts in leveraging more effective implementation methods and technology cooperation modalities such as regional, South-South, and triangular industrial cooperation to accelerate the energy transition. We stand at an inflection point in our shared history. The effects of climate change are no longer predictions, but a reality that we are witnessing every day. The need for sustainable solutions has never been more critical. In this context, South-South and triangular cooperation offer us a unique pathway to enhance resilience building, prepare countries against future shocks, address loss and damage from climate change, mobilize financial and in-kind resources, and promote technology transfer and adaptation. Developing countries facing similar geographic, climatic, and socioeconomic challenges can significantly benefit from sharing best practices and lessons learned. We have seen how governments are making remarkable strides in developing cost-effective technologies for climate action. These can be shared and adapted to local context, unlocking immense potential for sustainable progress. Access to innovative technologies and increased public-private investments in clean energy technology are crucial for developing countries, especially least developed countries and small islands developing states. Developing countries received only 15% of global renewable investment in 2022. The United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation is enhancing South-South and triangular cooperation to expedite progress towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the SDGs. To achieve this goal, the Office focuses on 5 service areas: intergovernmental process facilitation and reporting, capacity development, knowledge co-creation, establishing a South-South Solutions Lab, and trust funds management. The UNOSSC managed trust funds and projects promote collaboration and pilot South-South initiatives worldwide. Let me highlight a few examples. The India, Brazil, and South Africa Facility for Poverty and Hunger Alleviation is supporting a project among 9 African countries on implementing solar-operated water pump systems, improving access to clean energy sources and agricultural production. The India-UN Development Partnership Fund is supporting a project in 11 Pacific countries to promote the use of renewable energy by installing grid-connected solar photovoltaic power in public buildings. The Perez Guerrero Trust Fund has supported green growth and technology in the food, water, energy nexus across 14 members of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. These initiatives not only improve access to clean energy, but also contribute to climate change mitigation and community resilience, as well as provide best practices for sharing and for scaling up. The potential of South-South and triangular cooperation in accelerating our path to a sustainable future is considerable and needs to be amplified. I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much. So I'm surprised, but we are staying in time. So now we come to the pitching session. I would like to thank the high-level speakers for their intervention. And we're coming now to the pitching session. Sometimes we lend some wording from the area of entrepreneurship and innovation because they're using quite fancy words also. And now I would like to invite the African Arab centers just to come up and to give their short pitches on their center. You introduce briefly yourself, you introduce your center, which countries you represent, also What are your priorities and what were your biggest achievements so far? If I would just like to Radley to come up, Elayo, Goody, and Shua. Five. Yes. So basically, we could start with Radley.
Thank you so much, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Protocols observed. My name is Ridley Makaliki from the SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, based in Windhoek, Namibia. SACRI, in short, is a subsidiary institution of the SADC Secretariat that was established in 2015 by the SADC Energy Ministers with a mandate to promote renewable energy and energy efficiency in the region, to be done through the promotion of the new technologies on the market-based solutions. And in its establishment, I think the Austrian Development Corporation as well as UNIDO played a key role. So the center is hosted by the Ministry of Mines and Energy in Namibia. And we look after 16 member states. We have 12 mainland states, starting from DRC, Tanzania, and coming southwards to South Africa. And then the others are the island states of Mauritius, Comoros, Seychelles, and Madagascar. In our focus areas, like what we saw in the video for the GenSec, we look at policy harmonization in the region, capacity building, both at institutional and individual level. Then we look at awareness raising, as well as investment promotion. Although we don't offer financing, I think there are means that we do this. So in our mandate to promote this, we can highlight some of the programmatic activities that we have done, which include the entrepreneurship support facility, which we have done, I think, in 6 cohorts with the support of both IRENA and GIZ, where we have trained about 162 small and medium enterprises, which are divided between 102 for those that are men-owned and 60 that are women-driven. Under this, we look at increasing the capacity of these SMEs to upscale their businesses by developing business models that can be bankable and reach financing. And then we also look at the financing sector, I think, to be able to appreciate and accommodate the sustainable energy solutions, because ideally, when you do a training needs analysis, there's a complaint from the SMEs that they are not able to access financing. So we also reach out to the financing institutions for them to appreciate that renewable energy and energy efficiency technologies are proven. Then we have also what we call if I run out of time? Sorry. we also have the Water Energy Food Nexus, a framework that was developed by the SADC Secretariat, and we are demonstrating this through implementation in 5 member states, where we are providing distributed energy systems to power things like solar water pumping, which the rural communities can use in order for them, one, to mitigate the effects of climate change, and then be able to do agricultural activities throughout the year instead of being dependent on the rain, which may come sometimes and sometimes will come with floods. So by giving them access to groundwater and then access also to energy, they are able to increase their activities and increase revenue by maybe growing cash crops, which they can sell and have additional income, I think, to either send their children to school, improve their health in terms of accessing health facilities.
Thank you, Radley. I think we have to, because of time, don't want to cut you off, but I think there will be time afterwards to interact with each of the centers. Let us go now to Elayo from the ECOWAS Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, which operates already since more than 10 years.
Okay. Thank you, Martin. And thanks, UNIDO, and thanks, EDA, for having us here. It's always good to be amongst the GenSec family. My name is Hyacinth Elayo. I work with ECRI as a Sustainable Policy Officer. I bring you warm greetings from West Africa and ECRI. We're based out in Praia, Cabo Verde, a little small, beautiful island, where we also cover 15 member states, from Ireland to all the way to the Sahel, all the way to Nigeria. I think it's one of the best regions in the world. ECRI was established in 2010. Obviously, with support of UNIDO and ADA, and we're grateful for the support that we received, both from our core donors and partners, ADA and UNIDO. I have 3 minutes. I just want some quick numbers. 13 years of sustainable energy development in the ECOWAS region. 5 regional policies have been developed, adopted, and under implementation for renewable energy, energy efficiency, gender mainstreaming, bioenergy, and the latest one we just adopted this year was on green hydrogen. We've developed corresponding action plans, SE for all agendas, investment prospectuses for all 15 member states as well. That's formed a catalyst for development investments in the ECOWAS region. In terms of access, I think in 2010 when we came in, it was about 42%. Now in 2019 it was 56. I think we're about 58% now in terms of access. So we're seeing a positive trend going forward. In terms of investments in the sector, we're seeing more and more investments coming in for solar and wind. Even though in terms of the electricity mix, we're about 30%. If you include large hydro, we want to see more in terms of new renewables, solar and wind, small hydro and the like. Cabo Verde, Senegal, Ghana doing great strides in that field. Mini-grids development, we've also developed and supported that sector. I think currently about 600 mini-grids are in operation, clean energy mini-grids. Most of those have been done, and there are several projects, gigawatt scale for are reconnected, and also mini-grid projects that are being developed and will soon be operationalized. We established the RF facility with support for UNIDO. Martin was the driving force of that facility, where we gave grants to SMEs who were involved in the space. That facility has now matured. We want to transform it into a $75 million blended finance facility that will support private sector companies to support the member states and the ECOWAS region to meet our 2030 objectives. We also established the SF, the ECOWAS Sustainable Energy Forum, that has become the most to attend energy event in West Africa. We just had the 8th edition 2 weeks ago in Praia, and I invite you all to our next event, which will be in Abidjan. We hope that Martin will approve. My boss has specifically requested that the GenSec side meeting should be held at the margins of SF in Abidjan next year. So
okay, thank you very much, Elia. We can see now who does a bit of the next ones also.
Thank you very much.
Godi, please.
Thank you very much. May it please you, I'm Gode Manguzumumza. I'm the Executive Director of the East African Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, called IACRI, which was established with the help of ADA and UNIDO, and we thank you very much. And they have since continued to support us, and we can't thank you enough. I represent 7 member states of the East African community. Martin told us not to put on the screen, but these include Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Uganda, and Tanzania. They are actually like this, and again like this. Yeah. So YACRI was established basically to promote sustainable energy in the systems in East Africa by providing technical assistance to most East African member states, all East African member states. It was established with the help of the Council of Ministers of the East African Community, ministers responsible for energy. And as I have said already, it was established with the help, sole help of ADA, of SIDA and UNIDO. YACRI is part of the global network of regional sustainable energy centers, which is a network of regional sustainable centers that promotes sustainable energy. We have partnered with various other member states to actually promote renewable energy. And to date, we can proudly say that we have been, with the help of SIDA and UNIDO, we have actually embarked on policies. As I speak, we have already completed MEPS, or a policy on minimum performance energy standards in East Africa. And as I speak, it has already been adopted by East African member states, which we feel proud of. We have also embarked on the e-mobility, and as I speak, there is a factory of electric motor vehicles in Uganda. There is one in Kenya, and there is also a factory of electric motorcycles in Kenya, and also in Rwanda. It is doing very well in Kenya and Rwanda, and Uganda has also started. We are also dealing in clean cooking, especially in Kenya. It is doing very well, and in Rwanda, it is doing extremely well. We are trying to start it in Uganda. And also in Tanzania, clean cooking is doing very well.
Cody, we need to...
Yeah, we have also done a lot in agreements and partnerships. I will add on when I'm approached. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cody. What?
Good afternoon. First of all, thanks to UNIDO and ADA for gathering us today. I'm Jawad Al-Kharras, Executive Director of the RICRI, the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, which was established in 2008 in Cairo, in Egypt. So we represent 17 member states, so actually North African countries plus Middle East countries. At the same time, we are the technical arm of the League of Arab States. We work closely with the League of Arab States, so somehow we work with all the Arab countries. And also we are the co-animator of the Union for the Mediterranean Platform on Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. So we started with the clear mandate to accompany or to support the Arab countries in their energy transition, so promote the dialogue and policies and strategies in the areas of renewables and energy efficiency, and also promoting the investments of private sector in these areas. A lot of achievements have been done. I can just highlight some of them. I mean, actually, we launched a unique international program on how to decrease the impact of renewables on biodiversity. So we're actually in Egypt, in the Gulf of Suez, the entity that are responsible on all the environmental, socio-economic impact assessment studies of all the wind energy project there. So actually we are facilitator between the government, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Electricity and Renewables, and the National Authority of Renewables. On the other side, all the investors and private companies. And also we do work on monitoring migratory birds, so we avoid any impact on biodiversity. Also, we have been supporting the Arab member states to establish their national renewable energy action plan, national energy efficiency action plan. So we developed monitoring tools. So we updated these plans for many of the countries in the region. Also, we are doing now the master plan for the power system in Syria, in Iraq as well. We have been doing a lot of capacity building activities. So we have one Pan-Arab Certified Energy Manager Professional Program, PASEM. This is a certified program we are promoting in the region. We also have standardized solar heater that we are promoting in the region as well. Now we are working on developing guidelines for the Arab member state to develop their national strategy on green hydrogen. So it's about developing the right institutional setup, the right regulatory framework,
and also the financial tools to promote investment in this area, where we develop some training of trainers in this area. We also have some activities in sustainable cooling with other partners, and e-mobility. We did some study with League of Arab States. Desalination with renewable energy, water, energy, food nexus, we consider important, resource efficiency and circular economy. So those are the main actually activities, and we are now around 40 people. I'm originally from Morocco. We have different nationalities from different member states, countries in the center, and they can elaborate more later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jean-Pierre.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to, first of all, to thank the Austrian Development Cooperation and UNIDO and the entire JNSEC team for making it possible for us to be here. I'd like to notice too that it's natural that I speak at the end, because the Central Africa Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency is still a baby center. And it is the latest of the JNSEC centers. It has started its activities on last June. So we are still trying to make it operational via a startup unit that I have the honor to lead. Syriac represents 11 countries, and I discovered that I share some countries with my colleague of EACRI. Those countries are Angola, Burundi, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Republic of Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Rwanda, Sao Tome and Principe, and Chad. Together, those countries cover an area more than 6.6 million square kilometers and have a population of over 221 million people. Those countries have a hydropower potential estimated at 57% of total Africa. And the potential of renewable energy is equally promising. Many of these countries also share the huge Congo Basin forest, which is called the second long after the Amazon forest, and an important issue in the three main conventions of Rio. The program under construction at Syriac will therefore have to include an important Congo Basin component. Ultimately, Syriac should promote first the development of energy efficiency and renewable energy, and also a regional market for around those issues. Furthermore, our vision is to avoid locking ourselves in a technological ghetto and to remain open to different options with a view to promoting economic development first and foremost. Our presence here among the JNSEC colleagues aims to give concrete contents through the implementation of intra-regional and triangular cooperation. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre. So I think that shows really the uniqueness of this network, because it's not just the centers, but behind the centers you have the regional economic communities, basically, which work on all kind of issues regarding economic integration. So basically energy becomes just an enabler for the economic cooperation and the industrialization, where we also as UNIDO working on. That means you can only economic diversify, you can only go to higher added value manufacturing when you have the quality and the quantity of energy. And we know this energy must be clean. So those centers have a very instrumental role. And coming back to the South-South cooperation, you heard maybe already, most work on the similar areas and similar solutions and similar technologies. So there's a lot not only to learn within the region, but there's a lot to learn between the regions. And here comes the South-South cooperation. And then we have another dimension, that is the triangular cooperation with the global north and the multilateral level, because forums like here in Vienna or in other countries show how it's important is to connect to where is the knowledge and where is the technology. So those centers also become hubs for bringing the latest innovations related to business models and related to technologies to the regions. So they're very important entry points, and that makes it very attractive if we have donors here in the room, for donors also to support, because if you're interested in a particular field like green hydrogen, you can do that regionally, simultaneously in various regions, and you can monitor the results 3 years down the line, instead of doing their toolkit for green hydrogen in this country, and then your mini-grid tool there, and then in the end there's no cohesion, no coherence. So you could do that more effectively. I see the signboard up. We have to proceed. We can do that more effectively on regional level and through South-South triangular cooperation. I really thank the African centers. You can meet them afterwards, and we now jump to Latin America and Asia Pacific. I would like to ask to join the representatives. So, we're coming now to the Pacific Islands, the small island developing states, also please Central America, Saicri and Olade also. I think we have everybody, right? Here, yeah, in the second, yeah. Yeah, sometimes we're losing the overview also. Here we have Afishek still from EasyMod. So basically, maybe we start with Asia Pacific, and we start with you, Abhishek, just. Sure.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, UNIDO and NADA, for the generous support for REACH. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, respected organizers, and participants. My name is Avishek. I represent EasyMod and REACH. It's a privilege to stand before you today representing the crucial effects undertaken by REACH. REACH stands for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Capabilities in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region. REACH is the energy initiative at International Center for Integrated Mountain Development. It's called EasyMod. We are a regional intergovernmental knowledge and learning center serving 8 regional member countries across the HKH, which extends from Afghanistan in the west to Myanmar in the west, crossing India, Pakistan, China, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Bhutan. Our region is invaluable global asset, providing essential resources, especially in biodiversity and water, to nearly 2 billion people, 1/4 of humanity. Today we are facing elevated warming. We are often experiencing change ahead of other regions. With 2-degree rise in global warming, we would lose half of our glacier, disrupting Asian river systems and billions downstreams. The escalating effects of climate change is affecting our environment, biodiversity, livelihoods, and economics at risk. So this points to a critical need to support transformative action at scale and with urgency to 2030 and beyond. Notably, the energy sector is set to play a pivotal role in both adaptation and mitigation. In response to this pressing issue, REACH, Energy Initiative, within EasyMod Strategy Group, focuses on shaping green and inclusive mountain economies. Despite being largely impacted by COVID-19 pandemic during our initial operation phase from 2019 to 22, significant foundational work was accomplished with dedicated energy team working very closely with the nodal government agencies, primarily focusing on the 4 key areas that was highlighted in the video. Among the remarkable work REACH has achieved here, I would like to highlight few. We have worked with policies, capacity building, leveraging investment, but here I'd like to highlight a success story where the adoption was done by the government in a concerted effort to increase the utilization of decentralized microhydro plants, which reportedly was operating at less than 33%. EasyMod, in collaboration with the government of Nepal, nodal agency AEPC, has pioneered the productive use of renewable energy platform called Pure. This innovative, cost-effective decision support system simplifies complex geospatial images and integrates field information, offering web-enabled centralized platform for stakeholders. Pure empowers decision makers, investors, and implementers with comprehensive insights, facilitating informed choice and strategic utilization of microhydro resource for productive application, lift irrigation in this case. The platform currently lists 439 microhydro sites, allowing assessment on 18 criteria, including install capacity, road access, market centers, and communication infrastructure for primary evaluation and potential site shortlisting based on user inputs. The successful adoption, the successful adoption of the platform by AAPC, now featured on their website, has enabled leveraging of fiscal year budget to implement pilot irrigation systems in microhydro plants. Leveraging the platform, 50 prospective sites were screened and plans are underway to develop an irrigation service model for the shortlisted site and scheduled for implementation by July 2024. Further, the platform has attracted interest from other donor agencies, which will support in updated version, is currently being underwritten for Nepal, and set to expand in Bhutan. Yeah, thank you.
So you see, if I'm coming close, it means the time is, budget is. So please, okay, we can start with the Caribbeans. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Hello, everybody. Jean-Michel Paul. I'm Generation Expansion Engineer at the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today. CCRE was operationalized in 2018, and we operate out of Barbados in the Eastern Caribbean. Beyond GenSec, we're an institution of the Caribbean community, CARICOM, and we're embedded in that framework. CARICOM, for those that don't know, is one of the major political and economic unions in the Caribbean, and also a platform for functional collaboration between the countries in the Caribbean, or many of them. CARICOM also serves as the main group that we serve. Consists of 15 member states in addition to 5 associate member states. But at the inception of the CCRE, it was also determined that the center could also and would also serve others with an interest to collaborating with the CCRE and its members. So that opportunity still exists today, and we're looking to open up the scope of countries that we serve, particularly with the importance, particularly understanding the importance of collaboration and the fact that CARICOM is but a subset of the entire Caribbean. Since the time is short today, I'll only highlight 2 successes. One we think is our CARICOM Energy Knowledge Hub. So that's a platform we developed, which is a repository for data, knowledge, insights, and market intelligence. And as well, we've been using it and expanding it as a platform for capacity building, as well as knowledge exchanges between our member states and others who collaborate with us. In addition to that, we also have an integrated resource and resilience planning program, whereby we support the development of power sector plans for countries in the Caribbean. To date, we have worked or are working with 9 member states to develop IRRPs or standalone vulnerability assessments for the power sector. Both of those things actually came out of needs assessments, and the latter actually came out of a mandate from our regional directorate. So we think those are responding directly to needs of the region critically. As well, this one is perhaps less tangible and programmatic, but we think that acting through CCRE or CCRE being a convening and facilitating agency in the Caribbean is important, in that a regional entity has now taken, is in the driver's seat and is facilitating a lot of the delivery of services to the region instead of it simply coming from outside of the region. And lastly, just a note of appreciation for the GenSec and everybody who supported the development of the CCRE. We think collaboration between regions is as important as well. So thanks.
So now we're coming to the Pacific Islands, Solomone.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The PICRE was established in 2017, is serving 22 large ocean states, which covers about a third of the Earth's surface, and impacting only about 12 million energy consumers. Unlike a sister regional center for maritime transport, the PICRE has survived its first operational phase of 4 years and is now into its second operational phase, thanks to the kind support of Austria and ADA, UNIDO Norway, the Pacific Community, New Zealand, Australia, and the PICRI host country, the Government of the Kingdom of Tonga. A recent independent evaluation of the PICRI's first operational phase highlighted the PICRI's key role in the establishment of the Office of the Pacific Energy Regulators Alliance, or OPRA, an association working to strengthen the regulator's role in creating an environment for good governance and credibility in the energy transition. The evaluation also highlighted PICRI's role in reactivating and regaining of lost regional momentums in capacity building and training, as well as on energy efficiency, in particular minimum energy performance standards and labeling. It also highlighted the Trust Pacific Energy Transport Ministers meeting placed on the PICRI to jointly develop and roll out a regional e-mobility program with UNIDO and the SIDSTOC. And lately, for the same partnership to develop and roll out a regional ocean readiness program, including cooperation with the Global Ocean Energy Alliance and other centers in the global network. The evaluation considered the relevance of the PICRI as highly satisfactory. The coherence of the PICRI with regional and national effort on sustainable energy was considered highly satisfactory. Performance of the PICRI's partners was considered as highly satisfactory. Sustainability was, however, found to be moderately satisfactory. I'm confident the PICRI can make it through its second operational phase to the end of 2025, and we need support from 2025 onwards as we enter our third operational phase, 2025 to 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Solomone. We're coming now to Central America, and Alejandra.
Good afternoon. I represent SAICRI. SAICRI is integrated by the 8 members, 8 SICA member states. They are Belize, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Dominican Republic, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Panama. Our achievement are that we are currently have 3 concept nodes that to aim to find funds. We have in 3 subjects. There are energy access, sustainable mobility, and sargassous use. And the project of sustainable mobility actually is being used to create a strategic plan of sustainable mobility for the SICA member state. We are currently also developing a project proposal of decarbonization of the heavy industry in the GCF format. Through the capacity building plan, we have 10 virtual events then on the subject of energy access, energy efficiency, gender. In those events, we had the participation of more than 1,500 participants from all SICA member states. We have also had 5 awareness campaigns. There are, for example, energy efficiency. We have also had one for geothermal. And lastly, we had more recently a campaign about facts and myth on renewable energy. And that with all these campaigns, we have reached more than 1 million people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're coming to the Latin American Energy Organization. This organization exists a long time, and this was not created with support of UNIDO or ADA, but it was just decided because our outreach is not going into Latin America, and OLADE found it also very useful to be part of the network, that they joined the global network, and we appreciate that. So
thank you very much. Is it okay?
It's okay.
Well, the Latin American Energy Organization is intergovernmental organization that has 27 member countries. And its headquarters is based in Ecuador. And we receive some cooperation from ADA. We had a long program of energy efficiency in the past, and we received some cooperation from UNIDO too, when we established a regional cooperation program in small hydropower industry. And we have been the technical advisory of the energy ministries of these 27 countries. And we work in policy, in regulation, in technical issues, in capacity building, and energy information. So in terms of renewable energy and energy efficiency, we have a long activities. The last one, we are doing capacity building for universities in some countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. We are just starting now a program in Brazil, in Colombia, in Honduras, Dominican Republic, and Uruguay. And in energy efficiency, we are just closing a project regarding the useful national energy balances. So in energy efficiency, we have a lot to do, and we hope that with support from GNC, we can increase the rate of energy efficiency in the countries. Okay. So
thank you very much. So we have to close. I see here behind. So I'm the timekeeper, and she's the timekeeper of myself. So, and we have to close now. You can contact the GenSec 24 hours. Because when the rest of the centers goes to sleep, Solomon in the Pacific Islands stands up and can answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. I will sit. Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to welcome you to this session where we will present the success stories from 4 countries who have been working on unlocking the potential for decarbonizing their industrial sector with specific focus on industrial energy efficiency, the industry's hidden gem, which is considered an untapped resource for energy and carbon reduction efforts. My name is Jihan Bayoumi. I work as a National Program Officer in UNIDO Egypt Regional Hub. We're excited and proud to present the experience of those 4 countries where they have been focusing on decoupling economic growth and environmental impact while reducing industrial energy intensity and improving the competitiveness of their industrial sector. We're also very excited to present those experiences during the Solution Day of the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum, and are aiming to disseminate these experiences to inspire others in order to achieve clean energy transition and to accelerate low emission and climate resilient development around the world. With this short introduction, I would like to welcome the distinguished speakers who are representing the 4 countries, Egypt, Morocco, Ghana, and Palestine. The first speaker is Mr. Samir Khafega. Mr. Samir is the Director General of De Beers Engineering and Management Firm. Mr. Samir has extensive experience in industrial engineering, specifically the cement industry, enhancement of performance and improving operation efficiencies. Since his qualification as an energy management system expert, a motor system optimization, and a compressed air system optimization expert by UNIDO in 2015, he started delivering technical services such as trainings and consultancy in Egypt and abroad. He offers advices on optimization opportunities, energy savings, and decarbonization of industries. Welcome, Mr. Samir. Our second speaker is Mr. Anas Abdullah, representing Palestine. Mr. Anas is the International Sustainable Energy Expert in Mustadama Program, UNIDO in Palestine. Mr. Anas has more than 20 years of expertise in energy efficiency consulting, renewable energy, and demand-side management with a strong focus on optimizing industrial energy processes. His proficiency extends to technical and financial feasibility analysis and life cycle costing. Mr. Anas holds many international certifications, and he is a certified trainer for many energy programs. Welcome, Mr. Anas. The third speaker is Ms. Wa'am Fathi, representing Morocco. Ms. Wa'am is a qualification and energy optimization manager in a pharmaceutical company in Morocco. She is contributing to the implementation of energy efficiency and renewable energy projects, which are a priority in Morocco National Energy Strategy, aiming at reducing the carbon footprint. Ms. Wa'am was an active participant of UNIDO's Energy Management System training that was conducted in 2019. The fourth speaker is Dr. Robert Bright, representing Ghana. Dr. Robert is the Deputy Director, Power, Nuclear and Alternate Energy, and the coordinator of Ghana Nuclear Power Program. He serves on the Board of Nuclear Power Ghana and the National Energy Transition. Dr. Robert has substantial knowledge and experience in energy dynamics in Ghana. He is the policy analyst on nuclear energy, energy efficiency and conservation, and renewable energy at the Ministry of Energy. He also lectures at the School of Nuclear Allied Science of the University of Ghana and principal research scientist for the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, and is a member of the Ghana Nuclear Society and Research Scientists Association of the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. Welcome all the distinguished speakers, and I kindly request that every speaker would present his or her country experience in 10 minutes, not more, please. We will have afterwards 5 minutes Q&A, and then the session will be completed. And I would invite Mr. Samir to start with telling us about the Egyptian journey on industrial energy efficiency. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jahan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I feel privileged twice. First, that I'm speaking to you. The second, that I'm presenting the experience, the Egyptian experience. Yeah, first let me set the premises. The premises is the industrial sector in Egypt. The industrial sector in Egypt accounts for 25% of the national GDP. That's one fact. The second fact is the industrial sector is responsible for 43% of the energy consumption in general, and it's about 30% of the electricity consumption in Egypt. One more fact about the industrial sector, that actually in Egypt, to produce one unit of product, it consumes between 10% and 50% more than what it consumes in developed countries. In other words, 10 to 50% more. That's huge. And that's the margin that we could reach the economy and we can save. In other words, that we can produce the same products with less energy, at least 20 to 30%. And if the energy efficiency market up to 10 billions, if you can consume, if we can economize only 10 to 8. So if we can save 8 to 11% of this 8 to 11 billion, that's 1 billion, right? Okay. For the last decade, we have two main programs in Egypt. The first is the industrial energy efficiency in Egypt that ran between 2012 and 2018. And the second program is the Egyptian program for promoting energy motor-driven systems. The first one, I'll just go for the results. The results. We have targeted, the program targeted intensive industry, energy-intensive industries. That's cement, steel, fertilizers, textiles, and other industries as well. I mean, we have targeted, the program targeted the energy-intensive industries, but also included lots of industries like engineering industries and petrochemicals and other less energy-intensive. The program worked on both sides, supply and demand. And the program adopted a holistic approach. That means not only capacity building, not only delivery of technical assistance to companies, but also creating regulatory reform by approaching the governmental agencies and helping them to establish policies and regulatory reform. The program have trained 800 experts, certified experts. We have more than 8 companies received the technical assistance. And then also the energy efficiency policy makers, policy support. And one more component about this program, the program created benchmarking for 3 main energy-intensive industries. That's a benchmarking for cement industry in Egypt and comparing them international-wise. And also fertilizers and iron and steel. Iron and steel and cement account for more than 60% of the energy consumption and the emission also. I see people smiling when we mention iron and steel everywhere, not only in Egypt, but worldwide. So those sectorial benchmarking reports were very important. Every company has participated, and every company anonymously can know where they are in the report. And more importantly, the program leveraged more than 18 million US dollars. The second program, which is the Egyptian program for promoting energy-efficient motor-driven systems. And why motor-driven systems? Because they account for more than 70% of the energy consumption in industry in general. And when we talk about motor systems, we are talking about fans, we're talking about pumps, we're talking about industrial systems in general. The results, we have also the same approach, holistic, approaching regulatory reform. So we incited issuing a ministerial decree for minimum energy efficiency motors to enter in Egypt. That's one, a ministerial decree issued for this. And then we have more than 50 local experts trained. And then we have more than 50 companies received technical assistance from the program. And then we have system optimizations in compressed air, in motor systems, in pumps and fans, and more. And then we have the ESCO. The program trained some companies to play the energy conservation contractors, and also trained other companies to be the third neutral M&V consultants. As a result of this program, we have 56 audit reports. Those 56 audit reports geographically covered all industrial areas in Egypt. We have about 10 or 15 industrial areas in Egypt. And then sectorials, steel, textile, chemicals, electrical appliances, food, fertilizers, and the rest. Challenges. The national data availability, awareness on the factory scale, maybe awareness on the management scale, it's there, but on the factory scale needs lots of efforts. Enabling energy efficiency policies, regulations, available financing are not there, and if they are there, they are not touchable, they are not easy to access. Usually, production and usual industry focus on productivity, not energy efficiency. Opportunities, potential huge savings, as I said, strengthening data system and reporting, disseminating the knowledge. This is an opportunity. Keys to the success factors, engagement of government. This is engagement of government is an easy to say, difficult to implement, but absolutely important. Government is government everywhere, not only in Egypt, everywhere. They are busy with their business, with day-to-day business, but you will have to approach them the right way. You have to apply the right pressure, not too much, otherwise they would flinch, not too light, otherwise they will forget you. And then disseminating information and lesson learned, dedicated staff, and teamwork, and more importantly, and the most important, since we are in Vienna, the musical city, you need a conductor. You need an inspiring, talented team leader. And I would rather put the emphasis on this role more important than any of the roles. Without this talented, inspiring team leader, the whole thing would collapse. And I would rather say the success of the project in Egypt was due to this presence of this inspiring, talented leader. So those are the two projects that I presented. How to go there from to the future of decarbonization, focus on the hard-to-abate industries to reduce their emission, focus in introducing renewable energy, strengthen regulatory framework. UNIDO has developed an industrial deep decarbonization accelerator, and it's on the website. Most of the experiences are there. You're most welcome. And also the two programs in Egypt, they are on site. You're most welcome to consult and download the reports, whether audit reports or the summary reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Samir. And I would like also to draw your attention that this is a journey that has been taking place since 2013 till today, so 10 years, which is not a short time. And also draw your attention on the benchmarking efforts that we have conducted along the last 10 years, because benchmarking is considered a very important policy tool for decision makers in order to select which sector to focus on and how to reduce the energy consumption within this sector. Thank you very much, Engineer Samir. And now to the Palestine experience, Mr. Anas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jihan. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anas Abdullah. I'm presenting this project in Palestine on behalf of the UNIDO team in Palestine. They were unfortunately unable to make it to Vienna due to the current situation in West Bank and Gaza. And I happen to be based in Jordan working on the project, so they honored me to present this project to you. So I hope I do that to the best way. Okay, so before I introduce you to the project, let me give you a quick brief about the context of energy in Palestine. So the energy sector in Palestine is characterized by high energy prices. More than 90% of the energy is imported from Israel. Less than 10% is being produced locally in Palestine. Around only 2% of renewable energy penetration in the grid. The high prices are putting a lot of burden on the industries. Around 40% of the operational cost of those industries goes for electricity and energy in general. So talking about this context of energy in Palestine, we have so many challenges, including the supply and demand matching. The demand of energy in Palestine is almost 6,200 gigawatt hour of energy, but the supply is almost only 2/3 of this number. So we are missing 1/3 of the energy that is required to power up Palestine, West Bank and Gaza. the high electricity prices make it very difficult for the industries to compete. High energy prices, 40% of the cost is energy, means that they cannot produce competitive products, either to compete with the imported products or to export to international markets. And finally, the policy environment is not that strong. There are some policies in Palestine, but they're not really enforced in the way that it should be. So for those challenges came out the Mustadama program. The Mustadama program was designed to address those challenges. And the approach to that was based on the energy efficiency first approach. You probably know that the energy management is represented as a pyramid. On the base of the pyramid, you focus on first on the low-hanging fruits, as we call it, the energy conservation. Energy conservation means you identify low-cost opportunities with high impact, with high energy saving impact. And then once you are done with the conservation, you go to the energy efficiency. These will require more investment, but the return is very high. And lastly, you go for the renewable energy. So this is the approach of the Mustadama program. And since there are also constraints and restrictions on importing to Gaza and the West Bank, the program also focused on the entrepreneurship and the clean tech innovation programs that I will discuss later on. The project is implemented by UNIDO, and it was generously funded by the European Union. The project has partners, mainly from the government. We have the Ministry of National Economy as the main partner. And we have also the Palestinian Energy and Natural Resources Agency, which is responsible for enforcing the policies and regulations in Palestine. And we have other partners from governmental and non-governmental agencies. Okay, so speaking about Mustadama, Mustadama is designed based on 4 interconnected components. So the components run together, actually. If you want to animate energy efficiency and renewable energy market in any country, you need first to have a solid policy environment. So the first component focuses on that, and I'm going to address the outcomes of this component, each component by itself. So once you have a strong policy in the country, you need to make sure that you have the experts and the capabilities of the consultants, of the experts, the local experts, and the service providers to be able to deliver those services to the beneficiaries. The next step, when you have developed the capacity and you have strong policy, you go to the creating the market. And this component focuses on completing and implementing 75 pilot projects in Palestine to animate the market. And finally, when we have all this together and we have a running market in the energy efficiency, we need to provoke innovation in the market, especially that there are restrictions on the imports in Palestine for the Palestinian context. So you need to provoke this innovation in order to be able to come up with ideas and clean technologies that can benefit the market. So for the 4 components, I will highlight quickly the most important outcomes. There is one policy intervention roadmap that has been conducted. The project also conducted technical and financial assessment for the net metering for the industrial sector. There is a net metering in Palestine, but this study was focused on the industrial sector to improve and increase the penetration of renewable energy in the industries. We have one policy guideline for the sustainable energy solutions. We have also one guideline for biogas safety systems. In the Middle East, probably in Jordan, Palestine, and the neighboring countries, when we talk about renewable energy, it's usually solar PV, the solar energy. But in Palestine, it proved to be the biogas renewable energy has some pilot projects, and it's picking up there. So you need to make sure that you have safety regulations there. And lastly, for the sustainability of this component, UNIDO with the government, they established the Green Economy Department and the Ministry of National Economy to take care of the results and build on them. For the second component, the capacity development, we have around 400 participants in training programs. 190, of course, 30% of them are women. 190 experts were trained and certified in the energy management system, the flagship training program for UNIDO. And we have also 106 certified in renewable energy training course, which is a comprehensive training for the design and engineering, construction and maintenance of solar PV systems. And we have also one agreement for the sustainability. We train people to make sure that they are able to provide this training once the project is concluded. For creating the market, we have 100 demo industries. In those 100 industries, we conducted detailed energy audit at each. With the energy audit, if you know, you identify the opportunities for energy saving, and for those energy saving opportunities, you need to invest. So the total investment identified from the 100 industries is 7.4 million euros. Lastly, the Clean Tech Acceleration Program conducted by UNIDO. We had 3 national clean tech competitions, and we had 10 champions for this acceleration program. 129 ideas were presented by 302 entrepreneurs with 33% women participation. And for the sustainability part of this, we trained 54 mentors and coaches in the local clean tech innovation hubs in Palestine. So overall, the results are outstanding, actually. We have 8,000 and plus megawatt hour of annual energy savings from the program. This accounts for more than 13,000 tons of annual CO2 reduction. The women participation and beneficiaries are 30% at least. And the identified investment is 7.4 million euros with 8,000 kilowatt peak, of renewable energy. So I'm going to present here 3 case studies from the different programs that I discussed. The first case study is the ENMS program. We have 84 participants. This flagship training program spans over 1 year, and they sit for a final exam. Those who pass, they will be certified by UNIDO as experts. The investment in the host companies who participated in this program was 700,000 plus euros with identified annual savings of 235,000. So we're talking about less than 3 years of payback. The second case study is Yazji Group in Gaza. It's Pepsi Cola factory. They participated also in the ENMS and were one of the 100 industries who received the energy audit. They implemented all the recommendations with a total investment of 800,000 and energy savings of 478,000 euros with less than 2 years payback. The last one is Royal Company. It's a plastic industries. They also participated in the program with an implementation cost of 92,000 and annual savings of 75,000. For the gender mainstreaming, we have also outstanding results, actually. In the training, we have, on average, 30% participation in the training in the first phase and in the second phase. And the experts who are certified, are almost 30% are women. In the clean tech program, we have the last figure, 67% of the winners were women in the clean tech innovation program. Just to remind you that the Mustadama program is also part of the Industrial Decarbonization Acceleration Program and the GSEP program. Lastly, to scale up the efforts, the program also developed 2 platforms. The first one is called Taqat peer-to-peer platform. The word Taqat has 2 meanings in Arabic. It means energies, and in the Palestinian Arabic, it means windows for opportunities, of course. So the platform, we combine and gather all the players the consultants, the service providers, and the beneficiaries. They can talk to each other, they can exchange information, and if you want help, you need service for energy efficiency, renewable energy, you can seek them through this platform. The other platform is, we call it Do More with Less. It's an interactive platform. The results of the 100 audits, we gathered all the opportunities in the energy efficiency and renewable energy and put them in this interactive platform. There, if you are an industry of the target sectors that we targeted, which are furniture, food, beverage, garment, mental, and construction, if you belong to one of those, you can log into this platform and you can have an idea on what exactly you can do to improve your energy efficiency. And that's it for the presentation. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Anas, for the great results and achievement of the Mustadama project in Palestine. And now to Ms. Wm, the third speaker, talking about the Moroccan experience. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. So delighted to be here today within the UNIDO and the Energy Forum at Vienna. And today I'm going to talk about my experience within the UNIDO program, the Energy Management System program that we had. And that was really a good occasion for me to learn about tools and techniques that we had the chance to implement within the industry, especially in the company that I work for. And that was also an occasion for me to collaborate with many Moroccan consultants, especially those who were going to do energy audits. So we had the chance to study cases, like real cases about each one's energy situation in each company. And that was like a really a good opportunity to learn and grow in the energy sector. What I learned also about this experience that is not only about the tools and techniques and, you know, it's about like envisioning the future, and also I will say having that kind of a leadership, especially from top management, because when you are, for example, an energy manager that wants to implement energy efficiency and don't have maybe the ability to do so because of like challenges, well, the importance of the leadership is, I mean, having a top management that is really leading into energy efficiency and having the team working together with you and like not resisting that change in order to implement those kind of energy efficiency actions or projects it's really like a good and an encouraging thing for energy managers. So yes. So as I said, we had the tools and techniques within the program and also the support, because we were like accompanied with our experts in order to get some results from the cases. So, of course, there are many challenges and opportunities implementing the energy efficiency within the company, and also, I mean, in general, in the industry in Morocco. So, first thing, there was the dependence on energy imports and also the fact that Morocco has to pay like really high energy prices, and the volatility also was really challenging for Morocco. So facing those challenges, the government had developed a national energy strategy in order to get to the opportunities, which is the energy transition. And so in order to, I will say, in order to, how do I say it? In order to produce electricity from other energy sources rather than coal or fossil fuels, it was like a great idea to get that electricity from other energy sources, and that's why Morocco has like led a lot of energy projects, like wind projects, solar ones, and also hydropower, and so on. So for me, for my opinion, the key to success in energy efficiency projects is implementing energy management systems, because sometimes we're like, in industry, we're like, well, this industry had done this kind of energy efficiency action, and that one had done the renewable energies, but actually we don't know what we really consume, what are those energy sources that we are using, and how we are using it. So we don't know about tendencies and about like our way of consuming it. And there is another key, is the operational improvements, because sometimes we tend to implement energy efficiencies, but at the same time, we don't like maintain our equipments very well in order to keep that energy efficiency, like keeping it working. So, for example, installing like monitoring systems and optimizing systems would be great, and also carrying out maybe additional training for the energy team. And of course, there is that fact that, I mean, even if we are talking about energy efficiency here, if we're not changing our behavior, and if we're not really aware and really conscious about what we are doing, how do we consume, then maybe it's not going to work at all. So in the Moroccan industry, so many industries have worked on so many projects on HVAC systems, thermal systems, and also compressed air. And of course, sometimes we are looking for like low-cost energy efficiencies, because I think those kind of actions really have a big impact, rather than going to implementing like an energy efficiency project that will cost a lot for the industry. So that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wm. And I'm very happy actually to see a young generation leading the change on energy efficiency. Very proud and happy about this. Last but not least, very excited to hear from Dr. Robert, to hear the Ghana's experience. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Okay. So many buttons. This one, right?
This one, yeah.
This one, okay. So I would say those who don't know where Ghana is, it's in West Africa, the western side. And normally they say it's the gateway to Africa. I don't know, the map of my country looks like a door, so said is the gateway to Africa. Now, with industrial energy efficiency, when we take the whole energy efficiency system, we see that it's one of the low-hanging fruits in decarbonizing our country. Currently, our energy access is about 88% with our installed capacity just over 5.5 gig. And electricity is becoming more expensive because now we are building a lot of gas thermal plants. We used to have cheap power from hydro. Now, more than 60% of our energy mix is gas thermal. So in order to reduce cost to government to build more thermal plants and also to decarbonize, we have to do decarbonization, we have to do energy efficiency. So in UNIDO's program with Ghana, it was quite timely because at that point in time, we were just coming to do our energy policy and then our energy transition. So in our energy policy, we had to look at some statistical data to see what percentage of industry understands energy efficiency, and in our energy transition, what policies we have to put in place. And then we put in place some policies for energy efficiency for industry, that you have to put in some technology to decarbonize and all that. But the issue is that you have to create awareness that they are misusing electricity. And that is the problem, because some industries, you go there and they have been using old motors which has been handed over from their grandfather to their father and to them. So the motor is a god. If you touch it, you have a family problem. So now, how do you tell that person that 50% of your energy or 50% of your profits is going to waste because of that grandfather motor that you are using? So this is how come the awareness creation and then the effort to make sure that they switch to industrial, to new motors, to new efficient systems, to new pumping systems that UNIDO led, and then that is creating the industrial awareness of energy efficiency. So I did press, okay. So we did have to create some awareness and to make sure that we tell people know that you are wasting energy. So you have to set up energy centers, or what we call the energy service centers. These energy centers have energy managers which will go through the industry and do assessments and see that this system is overusing or is leaking too much energy, and then advise on what to do. So we did this work with UNIDO and at the GCF, which we are looking forward. That is the first stage of creating the awareness and doing the energy efficiency systems. Now is the point of implementation, which we are hoping that it comes on very soon. We've been talking about it for almost 2 years now. Then the next thing we did was also that with the Energy Commission was to standardize motors, because everybody imports any type of motor. So a motor is being used in Europe for 10 years and they ship it and somebody buys it. I mean, it's just coming to waste our electricity. So now we standardize in such a way that now when you import and it doesn't meet the standard, you return it. You cannot clear it, it is destroyed. So this is one of the things that we did to make sure that we import efficient motors. Then also improving on the power factor. Some of the systems were just wasting electricity. So we also had to work with one of our agencies to make sure that we introduce capacitor banks and other systems to improve on their power factor. Now, some of the challenges which we experienced during this work was financing, because you tell some of the industry that your motor is bad, and then it goes to the bank or is looking for funding to buy a new motor, and it's being given a commercial rate. And in my country right now, my interest rate is hovering around almost 40%. Yes. So I don't know what business that you do that you'll be able to pay back. You forever owe the bank. So they have agreed, they understand, they are aware, but they can't do it. So these are some of the things we are looking for some sustainable funding mechanism to make sure that they are able to take what we are telling them and then they're able to implement it. some of the capacity backs, we need a lot of more energy managers, because in our policies, we are saying that industry is going to be assessed annually. And then when you do a lot of energy efficiency interventions, you'll be rewarded. And if you do worse, you'll be penalized. But then, if you don't have the energy managers, how do we know that he's doing worse or he's doing well? So these are some of the capacity buildings, that cooperation that we require to make sure that we make these things happen. And for policy and regulations, we are now doing much better, because the Energy Commission has come up with a lot of standardization for all electrical equipment, and then we are putting regulations to make sure that they are implemented. Awareness is also one thing, because sometimes when we go in as government people to create awareness and to do the energy audit, they think you are coming to increase their tax. You are trying to use some way to investigate how much they are producing, and they are not, and definitely they are not declaring all. So they are actually invading tax. So you are going that I'm coming to do energy efficiency. So mostly it is good we send the development partners like UNIDO and all the other partners. That is where the trust is more, because they know that these people, they can't increase our tax. But if the Ministry of Energy send its forces and we go and we say, oh, we are wearing T-shirts on energy efficiency, say, no, government is hiding some, we just want to increase my tax. So it's one of the ways that we do the energy efficiency awareness. But it's a lot of funding. You need a lot of funding to do awareness. Sometimes we need to share flyers, you need to share T-shirts to keep on reminding people. And sometimes you train a group of people in the industry, and they are transferred to another place. So there's a new employment. They have no idea of what is energy efficiency. So those are some of the things we need to sustain this awareness. So we did some work on the regulations and then the system. So we realized that under the ISO 9000, some is being used, some systems are not qualifying, even some have no management systems in their operations. Then we look at, when we did this analysis, we realized that there's opportunities in making sure that we increase the energy efficiency in some products, such as some motors, some cooling systems, fans, and even compressors in the industry. But then it will also require funding, because we need to do that to reduce their cost of work. Now, when we look at the industries that use motors, that percentage, they do energy efficiency. The blue, I mean, they don't do energy efficiency. They don't even have no idea. They are using the appliance. As for the light green, they are not using motors. So we realize that the number of industries that have no idea, are a lot. That is the deep blue. They have no idea, but they are using the equipment anyway. And then when we come to the energy intensity, about more than 50% or almost 50% of all the industries are using boilers and then steam systems. And then when you look at the boilers and then the steam system, some are using electricity, some are using some materials. But the total electricity used in industry, most of them goes to electric motors, and most of them are inefficient. And then the other side is other equipment like fans and pumps and the rest. So you see that when you have the opportunity to make sure that we decarbonize the industry by making sure that these motors are more efficient and they use less electricity. So some of the successes which we are trying to create is to make sure that we incentivize industries that implement energy efficiency. And then we have to find a funding mechanism to de-risk industries that are going into energy efficiency, so that they know that, I mean, they can get the motor or they can get the pump and pay over 1 year and get a revolving fund, and that is making them more profitable. And then the adoption of energy efficiency standards, which I said earlier has been by the Energy Commission on all equipment. And then as we've also started creating the awareness, so then when we start implementing the policy and the regulations, everybody is aware. And then we can come in strongly and penalize or reward. And as we know, we've also showed them how they can take advantage of the carbon market, where they can put in solar systems to support their energy consumption and then get the carbon credits based on their energy system, or they can convert their oil boilers into electric boilers or into cleaner sources of fuel, which they will be able to get carbon credits for. But we need technical assistance to be able to do all this. So this is my last slide. We decided to apportion all the various sections into 5 stages, where we say that for demand reduction, we need high quality materials to be in the production. And then we need to make sure that there's a low carbon substitution that is in the material, that to make sure that you use cleaner materials, energy efficiency to be produced using combined heat and power systems, and also increasing the renewable energy penetration for industry so that they can take themselves off the grid and they can generate green electricity. And also countries that, industries that cannot move away from fossil should introduce carbon capture technologies to be able to decarbonize. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Robert, and thank you all for presenting your country's experience and extensive effort. I feel that it's very interesting to listen to countries' experience from various perspectives, not only one. So we have the governmental perspective, industrial expert perspective, as well as UNIDO expert. And since we are, I think, a bit delayed, so we'll open the floor for only 1 or 2 questions very quickly, if there are, please.
Hello, everyone. Thanks. My name is Axel. I'm the Youth Energy Ambassador for Latin America at CF program. And my question is for the youth representation. I'm really interested about your process during this energy efficiency project. I want to ask you, what is your most important highlight to participate in this process with UNIDO? And how do you think we can reply this in different regions of the world, like, for example, Latin America? Thanks.
Thank you for your question. I would say my biggest highlight is, after participating in the UNIDO program, I think that young people have a big impact on industries. When we are like, how do I say it? When we really have understood everything about energy management system, we have the ability to convince each stakeholder within the company or even in industry to be more aware of the impact of energy consumption and, of course, the effect, that the gas emissions that it comes with it. So this is it. This is my biggest highlight. And for your second question, I will say, as I understood, how to well, I think it depends on each country also, because Morocco, the ministry, the energy ministry of Morocco has led that, has called the UNIDO in order to train many companies. So maybe it depends on each country and each country's energy consumption situation. So yeah, I hope that I didn't answer your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Em. Any more questions? But very quickly, please. No questions? Okay, so with this, we conclude this session. Thank you very much for your attendance and attention, and looking forward for the continuation of efforts in order to advance sustainable energy development and achieve the sustainable development goals by 2030, helping to forge an inclusive pathway that leaves no one behind. Thank you so much.
Okay, a warm welcome to the session about Vienna's way to climate neutrality. A warm welcome to all of you who are here in the room and also those who follow via the web stream. It's a broad topic and it's a very challenging topic, but we will soon narrow it a bit to the heating and cooling sector. That's our main challenge. I cannot, because that's the one where the most local action is needed, where the global mechanisms are not so strong. Like for emission trading, you have in Europe a strong mechanism that comes more or less top-down, supranationally, but for heating and cooling, this is exactly the sector where we have the most need to act locally. The session, voila. So our session today is moderated by myself. My name is Waltraud Schmid. I am the head of the Energy Department of Urban Innovation Vienna. Urban Innovation Vienna is the city's climate and innovation agency. We are about 50 people supporting the city of Vienna and advising on urban topics, particularly energy and climate, urban development, urban planning, and also digitization and mobility. These are our topics. We focus today mainly on the energy topic. And unfortunately, for the first, I have to apologize that Thomas Greitmeier, who is meant to do the first presentation on Vienna's energy and climate strategy, particularly also on the phase-out gas program, couldn't make it because they have urgent meetings today in the city to decide how to adjust or not adjust part of the strategy. As some of you might know, that it's not long ago that the federal level has presented the renewable heat package, and this is now under scrutiny by the city and provincial government to see what this means for our own programs. Thomas Greitmeier, nevertheless, he is part of the executive group for construction and buildings, and this is the group who is in charge of our phase-out gas program. And he's the program coordinator. The second speaker, and I will take over. I forgot to tell you, it's gonna be me who tells you what he was about to tell. It's with his slides and the presentation they prepared, but questions will then also be to me, and what we will not be able to answer, we will forward to him. But I can tell you we are also part of this program. We are closely working with them on this program, so very up to date also on what is in there. The second part will be done by my colleague, Konstantin Geiger. That's more than the how we are implementing, again, with some examples from programs, how we are particularly also trying and what we are doing to involve citizens into these major challenges we have ahead of us. Voilà. Yeah, my main thing is this one. Everything what we present is available in English from the website of the city of Vienna. This is, no, it's not really fully, voila. I start with, for those of you who don't know Vienna so well, with a few key figures. We met or hit the 2 million people benchmark this year. Okay, it was super, it didn't, sorry, I go one further. Yeah, obviously it's not, that was a covered slide. In figures, we hit the 2 million. The area of Vienna is about 415 square kilometers. More than 50% of this area is either Danube or forest, so the population is indeed on less than 50% of the area. You know that Vienna, or you most likely know that Vienna is from year to year winning or in the best 3 of rankings for quality of living particularly. And if you look at it as a bit of development over the last years, it's more than almost 10% of population growth, which we had in the last years, which is a city like, almost a city like Graz, which grew population-wise in Vienna in the last 10 years, which as itself is a challenge for infrastructure. Even for, and this is also to be said, Vienna is a rich city. And Vienna is not only a city, it is also a province. This is important to know because this changes, of course, what kind of instruments you can use for your policies. Also good to know about Vienna is that for centuries, I would say, there was always emphasis on infrastructure, on public infrastructure. Vienna is one of the largest homeowners. We own 220,000 dwellings as city, which is about 1/4 of the total of dwellings. And also there is a strong public transport infrastructure and public water infrastructure, which is actually really the backbone. The 2 main overarching strategies just here for you are the Smart City Climate Strategy and the Vienna Climate Guide. And it is, we know from that we have about 60 million tons of CO2 still to be as our climate budget until our target year of 2040, the year to phase out, to be on net zero for greenhouse gas emissions. I'm not going into these details. I saw that quite some of you picked it up at our stand also. We have detailed goals to break this down into years and also into sub-targets. This phase out in the heating sector, but also in other sectors, in mobility, in the same way as in the buildings. Here you see, actually that was in January this year. Each year the city government has an introductory intensive working session, and this year at the beginning this was particularly on the heating and cooling and on the phase out of natural gas, the strategy to phase out by 2040 and to discuss the main instruments we have at hand and the way forward. And this is actually what I showed you before. In German, it's raus aus Gas. This is what you will hear in Vienna often. This is very common and as a common slogan throughout the whole government and within the administration. Heating and cooling in Vienna, one thing to be said, it's not primarily a technical issue. We did structure everything into technical options, into technical types of buildings, of uses, of age, of status of renovation, and so on. So we know how many buildings in the different types of, we call them decarbonization types, but it's among, in addition to the technical challenges, nevertheless, it is a legal, an institutional, a social, a cultural issue, more than really the technical one. But for all those, this is why we involved the administration units from different departments of the city, to cover really all those different issues and to bring it together in one comprehensive program. Not alone, this is just to tease that we are in wherever we can also doing this in exchange and learning with other cities, and in this case we did it with 6 other European cities, from Dublin to Munich to Rotterdam to Bratislava, and you can see them here, which was very worthwhile and showed that the challenges, by all the different situations we have a lot of common challenges and common needs so that it makes sense to share and join forces. I don't know why it is not going. The basis for everything is heat density and local resources. So this just to show you, we did map, of course, where the city is dense and less dense in terms of heat demand. And we did all the analysis of which kind of local resources we have available around Vienna in the different districts. For example, to the right corner, you see that's the map for groundwater. Availability is particularly good on one side and not surprisingly not so good in the Wienerwald area, which is where we have the woods and the forests. One main lever we identified was to create, is really to create the framework conditions we need, and we sorted it out upon, as on the things I showed you before, on the density and the available resources, into 4 zones. We were more or less, not surprisingly, the inner city, the very dense inner city, will be a district heating zone mainly. And district heating in Vienna, for those who are not so familiar, is currently largely also still done by gas, natural gas, but also by waste heat from the incineration plants or from industrial waste heat or from the refinery close to Vienna. So one thing is district heating, then there is the still dense areas, we will have options, either district heating or microgrids based on local renewables. And then there will be renewable-only zones where we have only decentralized renewable solutions. And then there is actually also, there will be not maybe a zone, but spots where we might also have, where we have the industry, and which will also be the only zones where we would go and then allow also some hydrogen or green gas in heating. Because that's one of the, sorry, please. One key message from as part of this plan is actually we phase out natural gas, but we don't phase in hydrogen and green gas into the heating system. That is, I'm only aware of Vienna who is that clear in their strategy. This is, even in other provinces of Austria, it's not that strict, and always hydrogen and green gas is kept as option. With the other cities of decarb city pipes, we saw that this option actually really should be excluded for heat where we have alternative options. Why is that so? Because we say, and we know from all the studies which were done so far in Europe, internationally, that the hydrogen will be important for the hard-to-abate sectors and not for the easy-to-abate sectors. And heating and cooling for the residential sector is an easy-to-abate. And therefore, we, and with the city government, excluded this option. That's just how we did these plans also for new buildings. There we have already plans in place which identify the areas for district heating and for other options, renewable options. Second is, of course, to bring, and for some you could say it's the first, is we have to bring the energy consumption down. We have parallel programs and incentives, a lot of incentives actually to reduce energy for heating and cooling by comprehensive renovation first, and or by single measures which are put in a meaningful order by a concept for renovation. This is combined with also with advice to citizens and with the city as a role model to go ahead. Our third homework to be done is to decarbonize the district heating. Therefore, there is a lot of research and going on to drill, and we are currently very optimistic to really, how do you say that, find the deep geothermal heat in the area of Vienna, but also in the area around Vienna. It's known that it's there. It's just complicated to really find it, because I've got it explained in a way that in other areas like Munich or Paris, you have very clear, simple layers, and in Vienna it's a little bit like. It's not so straightforward to just simply drill down and say, yeah, here we are. But we are optimistic, and it's one of the big sources to replace the natural gas which we are currently using. And the other sources are actually really big heat pumps, also to use waste heat from wastewater, from all kind of sources as another option also. And last really, and least in this, not but least, but the last is really then the option to go for green gas, and therefore in the power plant it's a hard to abate sector, and therefore the little amount we will have for available for Vienna, we will put into our power plants to replace the natural gas in the power plants and to replace it in heavy industry. Why is it so challenging? Vienna has 600,000 boilers, gas boilers currently, and for more than 450,000 are actually in the apartments. They are not in the cellar, but really in each of the apartments. So therefore, it's clear if these should be replaced by a renewable option, most likely every apartment needs to join in. This, I don't need to tell you, is an issue for legally, because everybody needs, in multifamily buildings, which are condominiums, everybody needs to agree. Still, it's so simple as I don't want to have this works done because it's dusty, it's disruption, it's all kind of unpleasant situations. So we face multiple burdens there. And in addition, these are not only heating with gas, most of them, they are also cooking with gas. So we have another emotional topic in there because it turns out that cooking with gas is a very emotional topic. Plus, I don't need to tell you that many of the restaurants are cooking with gas, and also there. And restaurants is actually our largest share of industry and trade where they have to replace the gas. Where is the gas? Everywhere. And so it's not just it's concentrated somewhere, it's really around the city, and that of course it makes it also clear that we need the strategy to come from different angles, from a clear guideline. How long will you still in this area have natural gas, which definitely will be a minimum more than 10 years, but also and a lot of support mechanisms to incentivize those who want to switch. That's why a very comprehensive program was put into place, of which we have currently the first 3 years to prepare the ground, look for good examples, learn for a big rollout afterwards. That's the program. It includes the financing departments, it includes the regulatory departments, it includes the ones for building permits, it includes communication departments, energy planning, all of them. It includes the energy utility, it includes Wiener Wohnen as the largest housing operator, and is a very, very challenging bit. And definitely something the city has not seen before. that's not very surprising. It shows you a bit the financing information in addition. It's, of course, a big investment we are looking for because more or less it has to reshape the whole city. But it's also a lot of investments which would need to be done anyway in an investment cycle over the next 20 years. So these are figures which are huge, but they are not net figures of extra costs, but they are brut. Many of you will know that the labor market is actually also a big bottleneck. If we have to, what the figure before showed, these 600,000 gas boilers means replace 100 per day until 2040. This, of course, means that our installers, the installers of the surrounding areas of Vienna and so on, have a big challenge ahead. And not surprisingly, already in the past years, many have started campaigns, particularly towards the younger generation, that we need really the people to go into these sectors, electrician, in different trades of building sector, in order to really have skilled workers enough to deal with that. I did cover this. Maybe the most important extra bit is really to showcase. And showcase district heating, the utility selected 4 areas of Vienna where they want to test new ways of communication, new ways of tariffing prices and so on. And also it follows the learning path to see what is necessary for the large rollout in the city. Equally, we have already, of course, showcases. This is one of a private owner in the 17th district, which actually is connecting the buildings around on a very, very low temperature grid. There is another one, for example, from the Viennese housing operator. So now where the heat demand is now reduced to 1/4, and which works now on heat pumps decentralized instead of individual gas boilers. And altogether, it should come together in an initiative which was presented this January. We want to showcase in all different situations which are typical for Vienna that there is a solution, and not only a technical one, but also one which works with involvement of the tenants, which is quality assured with good companies and workers, and which gives confidence to those who are not yet convinced, and that actually they can go there, they can speak to the tenants, they can speak to the owners, they can speak to companies who did it, how it was done, and we want to have sufficient examples so that everybody who thinks, okay, listen, I think for my situation it's very complicated, that we can say, yes, it is indeed complex, but you have cases, talk to them, and in addition, we have support for these pioneers, and we want altogether here do the job of communicating the solutions instead of all the problems which undoubtedly there are, but and to like this to share and to grow the community of those who did already, put this together. And in a situation where we not have all the legal framework conditions in place to do already the working with the good examples and the showcases as principle for the next steps forward. And that's maybe what they would have told you if they were here in person. And I'm looking forward to your questions, or shall we? Yeah, I think we have a few questions and then continue with the next. Thank you so much. Not to forget, the best way to predict the future is to create it. Are there any? Who is in Vienna who is still heating with gas? Oh, good. Yeah, you see. Welcome. We are, it's actually me as well, who has an individual boiler in the apartment? Yeah, still, yeah. So I think you understood well the challenge. We hope to be come forward with your houses, with your buildings. I had on the stand already discussions with. Often it's the property company, the real estate company or the Hausverwaltung, who is an important stakeholder in this. We are also trying to involve those. We are approaching directly also housing corporations to look at their portfolios, where to start first, to learn and to see, and to activate really all bigger housing companies to come forward. And I have to say, there are many who are interested. It's, and we really, the challenge or the task is now to really create a good community, a growing community, step by step, to do serious careful groundwork with good examples that are not then afterwards kind of evaporating into because the case was not good, so that we really have something which is helpful as a groundwork for rollout. So that was not the question. I'm looking for the question. I start from the right to the next.
Yeah, in your kind of research cooperation with 6 other cities in Europe,
yeah.
What was the role of Vienna, or the status? How much did you learn from the others?
Yeah.
And how much knowledge and advice could you give to the others?
Mm-hmm.
Are you more a provider of know-how, or someone that was very grateful to have the others in the team?
We actually put together a selection where Vienna is, I would say, a bit, definitely we were not forefront, we were better than the middle. So we selected exactly to learn from, we selected Rotterdam and Winterthur, because the Swiss are anyway the most ahead, but they are not in Europe. So for some of them, for them it's part, no, sorry, in the EU I meant. You understood. In the EU, and that means they don't have to follow some of the conditions of the internal market, which are there actually, I say unbundling, for example. The Winterthur has its utility still as a part of the administration, for example, the gas utility and the electricity utility. So Winterthur and Rotterdam. Rotterdam we knew because there was actually the Netherlands had were far ahead in saying we phase out gas, and they started with slicing their cities into gas-free neighborhoods, and they were implementing. So that these were the ones, and we took Bratislava because also for the close cooperation we have with Bratislava to do the bit of the learning. They definitely were not as far yet, but there we managed to bring them together with our utility so that they can learn how to do the strategy for the district heating. And we have the in-between ones with Dublin, who did a lot of analysis already, but not yet starting to, not yet having any district heating. So the next step is to really start a small district heating grid, or microgrid maybe. And we had Munich very close, which we chose for similar issues, actually with geothermal, also a Stadtwerk like Vienna. So we had similar conditions and very similar also in some other issues. And then Bilbao, where also they have a completely different story still, and also without district heating yet, a new grid to start. So we had everything, and deliberately everything to that we'd have, because it's not to have really a mutual good learning situation.
I have a quick comment. We just had recently, we got the invitation for the next assembly of the house owners. I own an apartment, and there the topic of decarbonization was already on the agenda. So apparently the strategy of the city works they start thinking about it. I'm not sure yet what the discussion will be around, but at least it's there. The second thing is, you have talked a lot about heating. I hear more and more, even here in Vienna, people talking about cooling. Is that part of the strategy? I mean, one would think that cooling is not an issue, but we have also a lot of construction in the top floors. So I'm just wondering whether that's somehow included there and in what form.
Yeah, thank you very much. I start with the latter because it's really indeed a very crucial issue for Vienna. More and more, it was on my first slide on the key figures that the average increase since the 70s is already 3 degrees. Average rise of temperature, and we know that Austria, in particular Innsbruck and Vienna, will suffer quite a bit of climate changes and rise of temperature, particularly, of course, in summer. It might help us in winter, but not in summer. And the decentralized renewable options are having definitely the advantages vis-a-vis the centralized district heating. Because this is always then including cooling. This is already very much in the hands of the providers, but also of the housing companies, as the feedback is really more and more into that direction. I can add to the district heating, there is also a small district cooling grid in Vienna. And this one is more or less concentrated on the inner city. It connects large public buildings and from parliament to theaters, and and hotels, big hotels, but is not used for residential situations. Residential, we do have a heritage issue, but we have subsidies now for external shading as the first measure. Definitely the insulation of the houses should help there as well. But it is indeed a situation which we are not fully prepared yet to. Oh, yes. Wait for the microphone, otherwise the people in the stream will not be able to follow.
I have 2 quick questions. For context, I moved recently in Vienna 2 months ago, but my family is originally from France, and they're renovating their house right now and trying to be environmentally conscious and trying to have a heat pump and solar panels and everything. And they were saying to me that it's really hard to find workers that are skilled to do that, especially if you don't necessarily live in a capital city. And the workers that are skilled to do that are overwhelmed. And I know you were mentioning potentially 100 heat pumps installed a day. Are you assessing in Vienna too that you don't have enough workforce that is skilled for that transformation yet? And do you have any trainings to provide this? And my second question is, I also lived in the Netherlands and I did a research paper on district heating and heat pumps, and I knocked on a lot of doors asking people about heat pumps and their conversion, and a lot of people just don't own their houses and they're not even capable to make that choice. So I was wondering, for all of the people that rent, simply, how do you manage that, to do that transition?
Yeah, I start with the training of workers. It's indeed, we have small steps, baby steps sometimes. We have initiatives with the Austrian AMS, which is the agency to support requalifications, and there, together with the Vienna also has this called WAF, the Wiener Arbeitnehmerinnenförderungsfonds, also support for actually workers in different situations, also for requalification. And they have a particular new program directed towards younger people in Vienna to bring them towards particularly electricians and people in construction, as the installers particularly. So they picked 2 professions to start with, but we are really making an effort, and also I forgot, also the people from these institutions are on the table when we discuss this need, and they did studies, they did analysis, but that's also slow. But they are more optimistic because it was not long ago, some weeks ago, that the ORF, our broadcast, Austrian broadcast, reported that there is an increasing interest from the youth to choose these professions. So it makes a difference when there is a coordinated communication strengthening these messages. And that's one of the signs why I'm optimistic. As for the dealing with tenants, we currently have, how do we say, a revision of our Sanierungsverordnung, of our ordinance for renovation for Vienna in consultation. And there is first time proposed to have an incentives for tenants if they agree to renovation works which are done by the owners. That's a first trial now that tenants who have to still, if the owner pays for it, and if you're involved, the tenants need to let you into the apartments, and it's not something which is absolutely can be taken for granted. And we want the tenants on our side for these big challenges, and therefore one idea is now to actually have the tenants in a way awarded for joining in on this effort, and to give, I think it's 1,000 euros as a premium as is proposed. Just to start with an idea, there are other ideas to take them on board in these 100 projects phasing out gas. We are also trying to really talk to the tenants to see how they support it, and also when the city of Vienna publishes, for example, videos about a house that was moved to renewable heating, they try always to include sentences or interviews with tenants to show how it was for them, why it is fine, so not to forget on them. Because for Vienna, as tradition is there, it has to be inclusive, it has to be for all of them.
Yes, hi.
Yeah, and then we move to the next.
I have two questions. One,
sure.
You've already kind of touched on it. Talking more about incentives and aids and to increase the accessibility and affordability for residents here to install electric infrastructure for heating and cooling. If you have more kind of concrete ideas of what you guys provide. Touched on a little bit. If there's anything more than that, I'd love for you to kind of expand. Second question, I'll give a little context. I'm from the University of British Columbia in Vancouver. I'm studying urban planning with a focus on biophilic design and transportation. Now, you've shown us that there was an increase of 3 degrees in the city already. What role does nature play, and how have you considered nature to kind of decrease that heat within the urban setting, within the streets and the buildings outside, right? You've talked about inside and how you can cool the buildings and make it better for the residents inside. What are you doing to lower the temperature outside on the streets?
It wouldn't surprise you that there is also a summer heat reduction plan with a lot of measures for Vienna. And it starts from cooling squares temporarily. It starts from opening buildings in emergency situations, and it has continuously the planting of trees instead of parking slots exactly for nature-based solutions. So it's on one side, it's the rainwater collection measures which should more and more be in place, and a lot I would count there on trees. There is support for greening the facade with all the issues which are located to that. So that's not an easy thing. But also with the planting of trees, we saw recently over the years that actually small trees are dying again. So it's not, also that is not an easy one. You will see in the city also for the vegetation that more and more this has already changed, adapted to plants which are more resilient to heat. But the next is, and there are already also analysis ongoing what this means for the selection of trees. It definitely is are not more the ones which we used to see in the city. Well, your first one was on electricity for heating. But we have incentives enough. Austria is an incentive country where always a lot of policy was done via financial incentives, to be precise. And currently, I think we are close to paradise for incentives in terms of all kind of incentives towards changing towards renewable heating and cooling. I say this compared to other countries. It's not that, I know this from other countries, they are always, if you tell them what we have in place in Austria, from Wohnbauförderung angefangen, where we have a tradition in support for renovation of buildings since long. So that's not so much a particular extra. And we are, of course, for the electrifying the heating also always sensitive, because electricity is nevertheless something which is expensive, and it's maybe also becoming more expensive over the years. So first is always first to get the heating demand down and rather look for centralized options, or even for the heat pump as centralized option and not the decentralized option. And definitely not for direct use of electricity in the apartments. That's the policy so far. So I think I changed role. I welcome very much Konstantin now. Konstantin will continue from here more on other parts of Vienna's. Sorry, I need to stay here first. On other parts of the, for example, electricity, but more on PV, more on participation instruments of Vienna. Yep, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Waltraud. Good afternoon also from my side. My name is Konstantin Geiger. I also work for the Urban Innovation Vienna. I'm kind of an expert on urban renewable energies, and I want to talk to you, or I want to tell you how we try to do all these things Waltraud just presented. How is our approach to activate not just the private sectors, but the companies, also the citizens. Now I have my, no, I have it. Just a minute. Okay, perfect, thank you. I want to start with a specific project, with a specific program. It's the Wiener Klimateam, the climate team, which is not a green football league. It's a try of the city of Vienna, or a project of the city of Vienna, to have participation on how to, rebuild the city and bring in participants with their ideas for making the city a more climate resilient one. This is just a little overview of how it's gonna be done. It's like every Viennese citizen is invited to bring in its idea for very concrete for a very concrete problem. So I want to install PV here on an urban space. I want to rebuild my streets. I want to plant more trees. So everyone is invited for that. We have a pilot phase of 2 years where we did that in 3 districts in Vienna. Then we have on the first level scrutiny by city staff. After the hand-in of the citizens, we had over 1,000 ideas, and then we developed these ideas where the city staff says, okay, this is an idea we want to follow. We developed with the people who brought that in these ideas to really concrete projects. Just to give you an insight about what we are talking, we had, I said, over 1,000 ideas who came in. We evaluated more in detail 238, made out of them 102 projects, and now we have 19 winners, you can say, and these projects will be done. We have a budget for this in the next, I think, 2 years. So this is something, very close to the people, a participation model, and although we're still in the pilot phase, it's a real success story. Yeah, that to the climate teams. I want to go on with the Vienna photovoltaic program. So the slides went yellow because we're talking about sun power. This is the program how Vienna want to really foster and install a lot of PV plants in the city. What are we doing here? How are we activating? How are we getting things in implementation? First of all, we set very ambitious goals. We said we want to reach 250 megawatt peaks in 2025, starting when the program started in 2021 from 50 megawatt peaks. And we have the overall goal of 800 megawatt peaks in 2030. Of course, we were clear that we cannot demand these goals just from the private sector and from our citizens. We also wanted to be a role model, or we are a role model, so we have also a goal for all the city-owned buildings, where we said we want to reach 50 megawatt peaks by 2025. We got teaser, we're gonna reach in 2025 the 250 megawatt peaks and also the 50 megawatt peaks on the city-owned buildings. This is a long-term program, which is very important for this issue. We're not talking about 2 or 3 years. We're doing this till 2030. And it's a widespread implementation program, which is also a very important aspect because we were bringing in not just the political level, we are bringing in all the administration units, the relevant ones, and of course, the private sector. We as Urban Innovation Vienna are always kind of a communication point between the city and the private sector, especially also in this program. What does that mean about what we are talking when we are talking about these 800 megawatt peaks? Well, this is a rough estimation, and it shows mainly that we are talking about on-roof installations. So we're talking about buildings, we're talking about PV plants on roofs. We have several different, several more applications like innovative ones or urban open spaces, but the main targets are the on-roof installations. Yeah. You can see the current status is that we've reached 144 megawatt peak. We are on track. But what you also can see is that the steep part is before us. So we're facing this very big challenge to these 800 megawatt peaks. The idea was, when we created the program, was we need the first years to build up the system, to build up the framework, the legal framework, all the subsidies, and then we can scale it up. And now this is a very crucial phase, because when we are able to really stay on the path the next years, I think the scaling will be successful, and we can say that we created a framework where we can reach 90 to 100 soccer fields per year. That's the installations we need every year. About what we are talking, we're not just talking about classical PV modules on roofs. Especially for us, it's important to combine the use of space. As you know that the space is a limited resource in the city. And we are also concentrating on green roof and photovoltaic combinations. This is also the cooling issue. We are also subsidizing overhead systems as rooftops and sealed spaces like parking lots. So we have some supermarkets who have PV systems on their parking lots. Also very nice when you think on electric mobility. And these are things we are really financial supporting also. The subsidy system in Austria for PV is that you have classical investment subsidy, also from national level, but also from city level. And then you have specific applications like these ones, where the federal level brings in, more detailed subsidies. You can say roughly 20 to 30% are subsidized from your PV plant in Austria. You have on the other side, also from the national level, a feed-in tariff when you sell your energy to the energy provider. One important point when we are talking about activation is that we have a solar potential cadastre. Well, we were sitting together at the beginning and thought, first of all, what is the potential about, well, how are we going to reach these goals, on which spaces, and this is kind of the product of it, that we created a solar potential cadastre, a very ambitious one because it shows the technical potential. So what you see here is an address. It's in the 10th district in Vienna. You just put in the address, and then you get an estimated performance of a theoretical PV plant on this building. So in this case, it would be 82 kilowatt peak. So you can calculate how much you can earn or how much you can use by yourself of this kilowatt peak. So this is a very important first step. So activating means a lot, taking the people and the projects by the hand for the first steps and showing them what is possible and how to build up these projects. Yeah, the cadastre says that we have an overall technical potential just on buildings on 1.2 gigawatt peak. And what we also did with this cadastre, this is a more strategic perspective, we looked at the biggest 100 potential spaces, the big 100, and we got in contact with them. First of all, asked them, why don't you have a PV plant so far? And then we discussed with them the drivers and barriers and try to overcome. And this is the way we are working with them. After the big 100, we are talking about big 200 and so on. So, but we have the data basis for working with these stakeholders. Yeah, just also a participation approach in the photovoltaic program is that we have solar partners. These are companies. In that case, we have a bakery on the left. We have a retailer of drinks, I think. And the guy on the right is an eco-startup on snails. And they all have PV, as you can see. And we wanted to create, that's also what Waltraud says, it's a very important aspect. We wanted to create best practice examples. We want to also create like people who stand for that. And yeah, everyone knows this bakery, for example. And this is also in this program a very important aspect. Yeah, okay, this is now let me put it like this. We're not just talking about putting PV modules on roofs. I think we think this transformation has a lot more. It's not just we are thinking that, it's also that the European Union thinks that. And what we've done, or what we are also doing in this field, is that we are developing and establishing new models on how to consume and how to generate electricity, renewable electricity. Especially collaborative models, especially energy communities. What you see here is a little history of energy community models in Austria. And what we have already since 2017 is that we can use solar power from our rooftop in more than one flat with more than one consumers. We stay in one property, but yeah, with the so-called gemeinschaftliche Erzeugungsanlage, you have a broader group of consumers. That was the first step in 2017. In 2021, we got the Renewable Expansion Act in Austria, which is a big legal package in general for renewables, but it also included the energy communities. This is a model which comes from the EU. We are working here under the title of democratization of the energy system, so giving citizens tools from the energy market. I do a lot of presentations also on these models because we are also the service point on that, and I start these presentations always that we are talking about the revolution in the energy market, especially in the electricity market. So you and I, we are able to be part of a market which was, like when you think of the last decades, highly regulated and also monopolistic. So what we can do here is we can use the public electricity grid for a community which generates its own power and consumes its own power, also defines own prices. And then we have another option. Since last year, we can also found over-regional energy communities. This is kind of, when you think of hydropower or wind power, this shortly gets over-regional, and here we have now the citizen energy communities, also concerning a directive of the European Union. Yeah, this is a very dynamic field, so we are just at the beginning, but we have a pretty good framework for this, especially a pretty good framework for supporting people on building energy communities up. Yeah, concerning supporting framework, so last style of the slides, this is the third issue I want to talk about. This is what we have at the Urban Innovation Vienna. We created a competence center for renewable energies, and activation in the sense of supporting people in supporting potential implementers of renewable energy plants means for us and for the city that we need a good supporting scheme. So we have a one-stop shop for information and advice for operators of renewable energy plants regarding the licensing and notification procedures. We are fulfilling the EU Directive 2018-2001. And in this competence center, we are the service point for renewable energy technologies for all Viennese citizens. It has different levels. We're having a homepage with a lot of information on the technologies and on the first steps. But we also do consultation and also formats like events for house owners, and we have a broad range on that. We are, and I said that already, the interface between public administration and private market. So whatever we get from as information from the private market on barriers, on legal barriers, on special subsidies, we discuss that with the city and try to, come one step further. Waltraud already said that we're always talking about buildings when we're talking about renewable energies in Vienna. And so our special target groups are house owners, property managers, developers, yeah. And then I also said that we are the official service point for energy communities. Nothing more to say to that. That's it from my side. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. I know it's 5:30, so we reached the end, but we are both ready for your questions nevertheless. There is no others waiting. It's the last session in the room, so don't feel urged to leave. Any questions? Yes, please.
Thanks a lot for the presentations. A very quick question to you. These 800 megawatts is to cover which percentage of the consumption of the city?
Good question.
I wouldn't know by heart. In any case, for a city of 2 million inhabitants, we are by far not looking at any kind of autonomy or autarky or whatever. It's just not possible. We are more the opposite. We are kind of sucking up the excess electricity from, for example, from all the wind parks from Burgenland. We're trying to actually take and, for example, store it in the buildings and be the sponge for the surrounding. So it is what I look it up. Maybe I look it up in the meantime. You ask more questions. I check it in the meantime.
Sorry. Maybe a short follow-up question. What's the median size of your installations? And how is the efficiency of costs and effort to scale this up? And thus, do you have a recommendation or a minimum installation size you recommend?
Well, I cannot say a number on that, but what we see is, especially in this overheated market, is that you just get offers for bigger roofs because the workload is the same when you install a PV plant of 200 kilowatt peak on a big roof than a 20 kilowatt peak on a small roof. And this is also our strategy with the big 100s, that we try to catch up them, the low-hanging fruits. And this also has to do with the market, because the installation companies are, well, overbooked the next years, and they just confirm the bigger projects. But yeah, in the outer areas of Vienna, we are working a lot with companies, and there, yeah, we realized a lot of plants over 150 kilowatt peaks. So yeah, these are also very economic projects. Yeah.
Also there for the size of the, we have the statistics somewhere else, all to be, maybe to tell you afterwards, from the tendency, they are higher in Vienna than the average size of the installations than in other areas of Austria. Or, well, as regards roofs. Because obviously, thanks for being doubtful, obviously not to be compared to whatever you can install in any kind of green surfaces, or this is the type of what we have more or less excluded for Vienna. Another one.
Could you elaborate a little bit on your kind of crowdfunding scheme that you offer? You have grassroots, individual investors, small investors that would rather kind of rent your PV installations in the central cemetery, for example, instead of putting it on a savings account. Is that a growing form of participatory approach to win stakeholders and maybe all Viennese at the very end?
It is, and there's high demand on that. We see that. You were talking about the PV plant at the cemetery, which is from Wien Energie, the local energy supplier. And what they did is a simple sales leaseback model. They built the PV plant and sold the modules to a crowd, an investing crowd, and you get from them, a tariff or something. Also, when you're a client from them, you get reduction on your energy price. Over I don't know, but I think 7 to 8 years till the price of the module is in. So this is the one thing. This is a very concrete project from Wien Energie, and the demand is very high. So they offered it 5 or 6 times, and it was like sold in hours, all the modules. What we have, and there we are really at the beginning. I wanted to go back to the slide, but it doesn't work. No matter what, we wanted to. The thing with the energy communities is also, well, it's kind of a model where you can let citizens participate in different forms, also in an investment form. So when you think about an energy community where you have a common space, which like I don't know, is as a school or a kindergarten where you have a PV plant, you can, with these community models, distribute this power to your neighborhood. And you can, when you come from the other side, also use the neighborhood to finance this plant. But to be honest, we are very at the beginning of this. We try to build that up, but yeah, we are searching for concrete models also to bring in the city as a stakeholder. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I have an answer meanwhile on the share. So the very rough calculation is that this 800 megawatt peak will be about 800,000 kilowatt hours. That and if you think 2,000 per household, we would go for 400,000 households electricity consumption, and we have about 940,000. So less than half, 40% maybe of an average electricity consumption. But we all know that also electricity consumption will raise because of e-mobility, because of heat pumps. So that's the 2,000 average for households is maybe more a figure of the past than of the future. So it will be actually a bit then also mean that the share is lower. Any more? We have, by the way, since September on the roof of the City Hall, 236 kilowatt peak. You won't see it because heritage protection is also a high good and very closely looked after in the city. But you have meanwhile on the Burgtheater you have so on several or on more and more listed buildings you have PV, and what is really because this program started 2 years ago, and it's the role model in also for the city for the Raus aus Gas, because it really managed to change the thinking and it activated all the different departments and companies of the city. Not by an order saying you now have to. Well, every department was actually, all the departments were asked to come forward with saying which of your roofs are suitable for PV, yes. But meanwhile, it's that way that everybody is expecting that when you do some renovation, that you look closely on all your roofs. And it's more the question, why don't you have any? Then why would you have one? So that is a big step forward. And the same we hope that we kind of although it's of course a bit tougher, that we get this dynamic also for the heating and cooling sector. Any more? Otherwise, feel free to contact us with all your questions on whether it's electricity or heating, renewable heating for your buildings, for your apartment, for other situations. We are there to make a solution ready and or to at least to show you a solution and to help you in your steps. Thank you very much.